habari zenu. Nimechelewa kidogo kuanza, but we are waiting for a team that is coming from the county office. Then we'll ask them when they come. Of course, in the meantime, even some people have people that hope they are follow the meeting. Thank you. Habari zenu tena. Habari zenu. Kwa majina naitwa Victor Mbongi, and tutakuwa tunawaelekeza vile tutaanza program. Tuko tayari kuanza sasa. Tunaomba mtuwie radhi kwa kwanza kama tumechelewa. Kuna wenzetu tulikuwa tunawasubiri lakini wamechelewa kidogo kwa sababu za msongamano barabarani. So naomba tupate mtu mmoja atusaidie na maombi. Kuna kadhi, padri, kuna pia kadhi. Okay, wacha tuanze na wewe, utatufungia.
Basi wacha tuombe pamoja. Baba,
so if maybe the drafter had in mind 2.5 years, will the 2.5 years in trimester, or they are in
tuanze pamoja. Basi tuombe pamoja. Baba, tunakushukuru wakati tuko katika mahali hapa ili tukaweze kusungumza pamoja na tukaweze kufunzwa. Bwana Yesu, tumeitwa na tumeitika. Tunakukaribisha katika mahali hapa Bwana. Tunaomba kwa sababu ya serikali, tunaomba kwa sababu ya kila sekta Bwana Yesu, kaweze kutupatia nguvu na kutusaidia Bwana. Asante maana Mungu umesikia. Tuomba na kuamini kwa jina la Yesu Kristo aliye Baba na mkombozi wa maisha yetu. Amen.
Asante. Tuombe pia.
Assalamu alaikum.
Just one then we can.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Arrahmanir rahim. Maliki yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladina an'amta alaihim ghairil maghdubi alaihim waladdallin. Amin. Ya Rabbi, ikijalie kikao hiki cha PBO kiwe ni cha mafanikio. Amin, amin, amin.
Asante sana kadhi. Sasa sote tutasimama kwa ajili ya wimbo wa taifa ndio tuweze kuendelea na
Okay, mine is just to ask for clarification. Would these waivers apply uniformly for the different entry criteria? That means KRN, plain, KRCHN, KRN, midwifery, mental health. Does that mean we have different categories
Asante.
of waivers?
Tunaweza
For someone
kuketi.
who has KRN, mental health, be more waivers on the mental health component. So what guidance?
So tukianza mkutano, ningependa kwanza kuwashukuru nyote kwa kufika hapa mapema. Mkutano wa leo unakutanisha kaunti 3. Machakos, Kitui na what's the last one? Makueni. So nawashukuru nyote kwa kufika mapema
kwa juhudi zenu za kufika hapa mapema. Tunatumaini kwamba tutakuwa na mkutano mzuri na tutaweza kupata malengo ya leo. So kabla tuendelee na mkutano, tungependa kuona kama kuna representatives from the 3 counties. So because this is meant for the 3 counties. This forum is meant for the 3 counties. So kuna watu kutoka Kitui? Kuna representative yoyote kutoka? Kuna mmoja hapa, tumpigie makofi. Metoka mbali. Au kuna wawili? Piga tena makofi kwa hao wawili. Watatu. Karibuni Machakos. Then Makueni, we have quite a number of representatives. Makofi. Machakos sasa wenyeji, the hosts. Wengi kweli, wapigie makofi. So asanteni nyote kwa kufika. Kungekuwa na muda tungepatia kila mmoja nafasi kusema jina yake na anapotoka, but I think we'll do that as the program goes on. So kutoka Nairobi tumekuja na maafisa kadhaa kutoka Pibora na wale ambao walikuwa nasaidia Pibora katika kutayarisha hizi kanuni. So from our team, from the consultant team, we have come with 3 members. So ningependa wasimame niwafahamishe majina, alafu I'll hand over to somebody else to introduce the members of Pibora. So wale ndio maafisa, ni mawakili au wanadada, vile mnaona ni warembo na ni wanadada. Ule kwa upande wa chini anaitwa Irene, ni wakili. The next one anaitwa Shali Mayaka, pia ni wakili. Asanteni. Abi. So we came 4 members. There's Abi Manoti, pole alienda upande mwingine akanipotelea kidogo. Ule anaitwa Abigail Manoti, pia yeye ni wakili. Then I'll introduce my colleague Boma. Okay. All right. Okay. So the members of the team, ile by kingine iko wapi, from the Pibora. All members for Pibora, you can get on your feet. We introduce you quickly.
Okay, na wasalimu nyote. Kwa majina mimi naitwa Bernard Buoma. Bernard Buoma, kwa hii kikao niseme ni msaidizi wa team leader kutoka PPORA. PPORA ndio mnajua ndio shirika ambao ni mpya kabisa, ambao kitambo ilikuwa inaitwa NGOs Coordination Board. Kwanza kabisa na wakaribisha nyote, kwa vile mwenzangu amesema mlikuja asubuhi sana. Kwa hii muda I have to say sorry so much because penye tulikuwa tumeenda hatujamaliza. Unajua ukija kama uko mgeni lazima ujue county commissioner, governor, you have to give what we call a courtesy call. Kindly, humbly I say sorry so much because of the delays. Wale wakurugenzi wenzangu ambao nimeacha huko watakuja baadaye na mtawajua. Kwa hapa sasa wacha tujue ile staff ambao imetoka PPORA. PPORA, nikianza kabisa mwenye ako nje huko kwa mlango, hebu songa ndani kidogo. Inua mkono, huyu anaitwa Izina. Kwa hivyo ukimuona jua ametoka PPORA. Mwenye anafuata hapa mbele, huyu anaitwa Joyce. Mwenye huyu anafuata, huyu anaitwa Monyonjo Steve. Na mwenye anafuata hapa anaitwa Juliet, inua mkono. Okay. Mwingine huko inua mkono, Silpa, ndio huyo. Isichi ndiye anafuata. Huyo mwenye anafuata anaitwa Rukia. Na huyo mwingine anaitwa Scholastica Mtoa. Na wale kutoka huko nyuma umeona wamesimama huko, huyo ameinua mkono, fundi wetu wa mitambo, na yeye is in charge of ICT, anaitwa Francis. Na huyo mwingine ndio head of communications, anaitwa Richard Jesus. Na wengine, yule mwingine the other side anaitwa Masi. Mwenye anafuata hapa next, huyo anaitwa Maureen Kimungui. Na huyo mwingine anaitwa Shira, inua mkono. Na huyo mwingine anaitwa Michelle. Hao ndio staff. Kama uko na jambo lolote, ndio maana tumefanya tuwatambulishe. Kindly, if you have got any another issue, you can be able to contact them. So vile tulisema wacha tuanze, wale wakurugenzi wenzangu wakifika na mtawajua. Kwa hivyo wacha nipatie kipaza sauti kwa mwenzangu. Thank you so much.
Asante sana Boma for that brief introduction. Sasa housekeeping. Pale nje kuna team, our desk ya registration. So if you came in and you've not registered, it's good to register. 2, there is material. Kuna stakabadhi pale unafaa kupewa ndio uweze kuzitumia katika huu mkutano. So kama pia hujaweza kupata zile stakabadhi, unaweza enda pale upewe. So tutaanza huu mkutano vile ambavyo mnajua. Lengo ambalo limetuleta hapa leo, tuko katika mchakato wa kukadiria na kutathmini mapendekezo ya kanuni za sheria ambayo yamependekezwa na serikali na washikadau wengine katika kuelekeza yale mashirika ambayo yanahusiana na kufanya majukumu ya faida kwa jamii, public benefit organizations. So that is what has brought us today here. So those materials that you have, katika zile stakabadhi mmepewa kuna act. Please let me have those documents. Kuna this document. This is the Public Benefit Organizations Regulations. Haya ndio mapendekezo ya sheria. Yalitumwa kwa mtandao. Kuna code pale kwa mlango, unaweza kuscan for Gen Zs and the digital, those who are digitally enabled. Kuna code pale unaweza kuscan if you find it difficult to work with this document. Then this is a hard copy, so we hope that you've had a time to look at it if you did not have a chance to look at it before you came. So this is what is going to guide our contributions here today. There's some other informative material mmepewa, yote itasaidia katika mchango wenu leo. So we are going to, so tutawapatia summary, a quick summary through a presentation, PowerPoint presentation of what is contained in those regulations. So once we finish that, then we'll open the floor for contributions. So you'll be patient as we go through the presentation. You'll look if there's something that you find you want to contribute on of interest to you. Then once we finish, we'll open the floor for the for questions, contributions, and concerns. Then we'll give you more direction on how those who have memorandums and other issues like that, on how you will present them. So tunaomba mkue wasikivu, mkue makini, na kama uko na jambo usiende nyumbani kabla hujaliwasilisha hapa, tulijadili alafu tupate mwelekeo. Asanteni. So we can begin with a slide. So malengo ya kikao cha leo, tuko na malengo mane. La kwanza, tunataka kuwafahamisha vipengele muhimu katika hiyo sheria ambayo imependekezwa. Ni vipengele gani au ni masuala gani yameshughulikiwa katika hayo mapendekezo ya sheria. Pili, tunataka wale wanahusika haswa katika hii sekta ya charity, because public benefit organizations, they work in the charity sector. So tunataka wahusika wafahamu ni nini mapendekezo ya hii sheria na itawahusu kivipi. Baada ya kuwafahamisha vipengele vya mapendekezo hayo ya sheria, tungependa mtupatie feedback. Mtuambie kwenu baada ya kuyatathmini na kuyakadiria mapendekezo hayo, ni nini mmeona inawahusu, ni nini mmeona nzuri na ni nini mngependa ifanyiwe ukarabati ndio iwe safi zaidi, ndio hiyo sheria iweze kuhudumia hiyo sekta kwa njia iliyo nzuri. So tukimaliza hapo, tutarudi na mapendekezo yenu pale Nairobi, alafu tutapitia tena hii sheria na tutayaweka ndani mapendekezo ambayo tutatoa katika hizi forums. So this is the fourth forum. We started this process in Garissa. We've gone to Meru. The other day we were in Nyeri and today we're in Machakos. Sasa nyinyi mtakuwa in that list. This will be the fourth forum. So tutaenda the whole country to ensure that nobody is left behind. Hakuna mtu ambaye anaachwa nyuma katika mchakato huu. Sasa kuna njia tofauti unaweza kuwasilisha maoni yako katika kuhusiana na haya mapendekezo ya kanuni. Mojawapo ya hizo njia ni kama hii plenary discussion. Mkutano wa hadhara wa umma, unakuja, unasikiza, alafu unatoa mapendekezo yako. Njia nyingine ni public memorandum. Wale wanapenda kuandika, you can do a public memorandum, uandike soft ama hard copy, alafu tutawapatia address ambayo utaiwasilisha. Hiyo address ilikuwa in the notice that was sent for this forum, so itakuwa one of the ways you can present. Another one is social media. Katika mitandao ya kijamii, PBO, the Public Benefit Organizations Authority, iko na anwani katika mitandao ya kijamii. Tukisema mtandao wa kijamii tunamaanisha mtandao kama Twitter, Facebook, mostly those ones, and the website, the authority website. You can present your memorandums through that forum. Electronic, you can send an electronic mail to the authority. Unaweza kutuma email to the authority through the addresses that will be provided. You can also send it to the postal address for that is provided in there will be a banner. There's a banner outside that has that, and in the documents that you have, the address of the authority is also provided. So hizo ndio njia za kuwasilisha maoni katika kwa ajili ya kuendeleza huu mchakato wa hizi kanuni. Sasa hii safari ilianzia wapi? Safari ya kutengeneza hizi kanuni ilianzia kupitishwa kwa sheria na bunge in 2013, the PBO Act. Hii sheria ilipitishwa kupitia mchakato wa serikali na mashirika mengine husika ambayo yalisaidia katika kutayarisha hii sheria. Inaitwa PBO Act. This PBO Act replaces the former NGOs Act. In the previous regime, the way you would register a public benefit organization will be through the NGOs Act. But this PBO Act was brought in, and now it encompasses, inaweza kuleta mashirika tofauti ambayo kitambo yalikuwa yanaitwa kama community based organizations, wasaidie wapate viti yao. Mama ndio tu. So we can proceed. So this hii safari ilianzia hapo kupitishwa kwa hiyo PBO Act. Just a little bit behind. The slide before. Then in May 2024, hiyo sheria hata kama ilipitishwa kitambo sana 2013, it's now been almost 12 years. Haikuweza kutekelezwa kwa sababu kanuni za hizo sheria zilikuwa hazijatungwa. So ilichelewa kutekelezwa hadi mnamo mwezi wa Mei 2024 wakati ambapo rais alitoa amri ya kutekeleza hiyo sheria. Previous attempts to operationalize the act did not succeed, so until May 2024 kulikuwa na mkutano wa UN pale Nairobi, alafu rais akatoa ahadi ya kutekeleza hii sheria. Next slide. So kwa nini ilikuwa muhimu kuama kutoka kwa NGOs Act kukuja kwa PBOs Act? Why was it necessary? Some of the reasons ni kwamba tulipitisha katiba mpya mnamo mwaka wa 2010. Hiyo katiba mpya ilipeana certain rights kwa wananchi wa Kenya na wale wote wanakaa within the Republic of Kenya. So in that constitution, kwa hiyo katiba kulikuwa na haki fulani za wananchi ambazo ziko ndani ya hiyo constitution. Some of them involve freedom of association. Mna haki ya kujumuika pamoja. Sheria ya Kenya inaruhusu watu kujumuika pamoja kwa ajili mbalimbali. Mnaweza kutengeneza kikundi ya maendeleo, mnaweza kutengeneza kikundi za wanaharakati wa kuchampion for different causes. So kuna the freedom of conscience. You have the freedom to think, like you have the freedom to dream. Yaani uko na ruhusa ya mafikra na ndoto. So mkiota pamoja, ukiota peke yako, unaweza kutafuta watu wengine ambao mnaota pamoja the same dreams. Mnakusanyika pamoja, mnatengeneza organization. So it became necessary to make some changes to the provisions of the NGOs Act so that we have the new act. The other issue was to better facilitate the public charity sector. Yaani ni vipi serikali inaweza kuwezesha mashirika ambayo yanahusika na charity kufanya kazi yao, kutekeleza kazi yao na kukuwa accountable pia to the government, members of the public and the donors that provide the funding. Sababu nyingine, tulitaka kurahisisha process ya kuandikisha mashirika hayo. Kitambo ilikuwa inachukua muda mrefu, alafu requirements zilikuwa ziko nyingi pia, na of course we have moved also from the analog to the digital era, so it became necessary to provide a platform where it's easy to register NGOs. Ikuwe rahisi kuandikisha mashirika hayo na kufanya majukumu mengine. Alafu kuna hii principle to entrench the principle of self-regulation. Serikali ilitaka mashirika hayo yajisimamie na kwa kiasi kikubwa yaweze kutekeleza wajibu wao bila kuingiliwa sana na serikali. Before, as you know, in the previous regime, kulikuwa na tashwishi kwamba serikali inataka kukandamiza mashirika huru ya kuwasilisha maoni ya wananchi ama wanaharakati. So the PBO Act tries to entrench the principle of self-regulation, yani yajisimamie na yaweze kujiendeleza bila kuingiliwa sana na serikali. Then mashirika mengi ya kijamii ambayo yanatoa faida kwa jamii huwa sana yanapendekeza kwamba kila mtu akuwe accountable. Yani pali unafanya kazi ukuwe accountable to yourself and to the government. So those principles are entrenched there. So those are some of the reasons why it became necessary to do reforms in that sector. Next slide. Sasa nimewaeleza kwamba katika hierarchy, katika utaratibu wa sheria, kwanza kuna constitution, ndio iko juu kabisa, ndio iko ya maana zaidi. Alafu kuna sheria zile zinatungwa na bunge. Bunge ikishatunga sheria inaruhusu pia idara husika kuweza kutengeneza kanuni ziko chini ya sheria ambazo zinawezesha idara hiyo kupeana huduma kwa wananchi kwa njia iliyo rahisi. Sasa huu mchakato umetuleta hapa Machakos leo ni mchakato wa kanuni. Ukirudi nyumbani, just kumbuka that huu ni mchakato wa kanuni. Hizi kanuni zinafuata ile the enactment of the Public Benefit Organizations Act. So hizi wajibu wa hizi kanuni ni kuweza ku enact operationalize the PBO Act. Pili, vile tumesema ni kulainisha process ya kuandikisha haya mashirika. Tatu, ni kuendeleza uwazi wa utendakazi katika hiyo sekta. Tano, ni kuongeza uhusiano mzuri kati ya mashirika haya na serikali. Isiwe kwamba mashirika haya wakati mwingi yanajisikia kama yanakandamizwa. Tunataka huo uhusiano kati ya serikali na mashirika ya kupeana faida kwa jamii iwe uhusiano mzuri wa kubadilishana mawazo in a way that inasaidia wananchi wote wale wanahusika katika kupata faida kutoka hayo mashirika. So hii sheria mpya imeweza kudefine, imeweza kupea mwelekezo. Kuna certain terms that the act introduced that are very critical also for you to understand what the act provides. Those definitions, those terms, yani kuna maneno fulani ama kuna sentensi fulani ambazo zimedefiniwa katika hiyo sheria. So some of them, the first one is to define what is a public benefit organization. Hiyo definition vile unaona, it means a voluntary membership or non-membership or group of individuals. Yani ni watu wamekuja pamoja, whether wamejiandikisha kama members, they are individuals, ama a group of organizations that come together and they wanatengeneza lengo la kufanya activities ambazo zitapeana faida kwa jamii. So that is one of the terms defined there. The next one is what is a public benefit activity. Yani ni kitu gani ambayo katika hiyo sheria inaweza kusemekana kwamba ni unapeana faida kwa jamii. Sio vitu zote ambazo unafanya zitasemekana kuwa zinapeana faida kwa jamii. So the act defines what's a public benefit activity. Then there's the definition of a register. Sajili. Hii register, ukishakuwa registered in the public benefit, under the Public Benefit Act, hiyo sajili register is what the government keeps. Yani serikali inaweka hiyo record ya those organizations that have been registered. Next. Sasa hapa katika hii sheria tume summarize what are the key provisions. Ya kwanza ni vile unaweza kusajili a public benefit organization. How to register. What are the requirements of registration? And then how to register. Once you register, unaweza kufanya makosa ikawa ni lazima tena uondolewe kwenye sajili. So what it takes to deregister. Then governance and constitutional and institutional framework. Hayo mashirika yataendeshwa kivipi? Hizo ni baadhi ya vitu ambavyo viko kwenye hiyo sheria. Na serikali iko na wajibu gani katika hizo under the new regime. So those are some of the provisions. And then there's just before that, what are the reporting obligations? Yani ukishasajiliwa kama public benefit activities, what are your obligations? Majukumu yako ni yapi? Majukumu ya serikali kwako ni yapi? Majukumu ya members wenu ni yapi? Hayo mambo yote yako ndani ya the regulations, yameshughulikiwa. Alafu ya mwisho, katika uhusiano kati ya shirika ambalo linasimamia hii sekta ambayo ni PBORA na mashirika yenyewe, kunawezekana kutokae makosa. Makosa ikitokea, suluhisho ni gani? Una taratibu gani ambazo unaweza kufuata ndio upate suluhisho? All those things are contained there. So katika hii sheria unaweza kuregister aina 4 ya mashirika ambayo yanapeana faida kwa jamii. Aina ngapi? 4. National, unaweza kuregister a public benefit organization ambayo inafanya kazi kwa ujumla kwa nchi. Bestowed. So before the enactment of this act, kabla hii sheria ya public benefit ipitishwe, kulikuwa na NGOs Act. So kulikuwa na mashirika yamesajiliwa pale. Kulikuwa na mashirika ambayo yamesajiliwa kama CBOs. Kulikuwa na mashirika ambayo yamesajiliwa kama under the Societies Act. Kulikuwa na kampuni zile ambazo hazina shares. Hizo the route ya kuhama kuja kwa hii sheria mpya ni kukuwa bestowed. They do not need new registration. They will be bestowed. Yani watawekwa ile taji ama watavikwa ile kofia ya public benefit. They don't need to go re-register fresh. They will just need to transition. Yani watahamishwa kutoka ile sheria ambayo walikuwa wamekuwa registered into this act. Then there is international public benefit organizations. Haya ni mashirika ambayo labda yako pale nje yanataka kufanya kushirikiana na mashirika mengine pale Kenya. Those are international. And then there is exempt international. So uende nyumbani ukijua kwamba unaweza kusajili aina 4 ya public benefit organizations. Next. Sasa tukishajua kwamba uko na aina 4 ya public benefit organizations, mahitaji gani ambayo yameweka katika sheria ama yamependekezwa katika hiyo nakala ya kanuni ambazo mnazo ambayo unahitaji kutimiza ndio upate kusajiliwa. So one of the first requirements, ukitoa pendekezo la kusajili organizations, public benefit organizations, lazima ukuwe na jina. Hilo jina lazima pia likuwe linaweza kusajiliwa. Juu kuna majina fulani hayawezi kutumika. Then you must, lazima hii sheria inahitaji ndio upate kusajiliwa katika hii sheria. Lazima ukue ukifanya umejihusisha na mambo ama malengo ambayo yanapeana faida kwa jamii. Faida ni kama gani? Umejitolea ama mmekuja pamoja kama kikundi, umeona sehemu fulani aina labda shule ama watoto wanaenda shule na hawana viatu, ama kuna farmers wanataka usaidizi fulani na wanataka mtu awasaidie na umepata mfadhili anataka kukupea hela, so unakuja una register. So that requirement is that sio unajifaidi wewe. Isiwe kwamba umeenda umepata mfadhili na unataka kuja kusajili umdanganye. Umwambie kwamba mimi ni mtu mzuri na nimepatana na watu wengine 5, hebu nipatie hizo hela. Ukipatiwa unaenda Mombasa, Malindi, unaoa bibi wa pili na vitu kama hizo. Haikubaliki. So it has to be a public benefit. So once you have a name, you have a proposed name, na idara ambayo inahusika na usajili imeshapitia ile proposal yako, imeona kwamba inapita ile test ya public benefit test, then that name will be approved and then you will submit. Kuna form, ukiangalia hizo nakala ambazo mnazo pale nyuma, kuna forms ambazo unaweza kutumia kujaza hiyo application, hiyo ombi lako la kusajiliwa. Kuna forms. So for every application, for the 4 types, there are different forms. So inategemea unataka kusajiliwa kivipi, but the forms are there. Then lazima mkue na katiba yenu. Tumesema serikali haitaki kukandamiza mashirika. So serikali haipeani constitution. Haiwezi kuja kuelekeza nyinyi vile mnataka kuendesha shirika lenu. What you need to do is to have within yourselves mkue na constitution. Hiyo constitution, there are a few guidelines. Yani kuna maelekezo kidogo ni vipengele gani lazima ikue navyo, lakini kwa kiasi kikubwa ni wajibu wenu kukubaliana wale mmekuja pamoja mnataka kuendesha shirika lenu kivipi. Then hiyo name tumesema, alafu lazima mkuwe na mkutano, mketi wale mmekuja pamoja kama members, then mkubaliane na muandike chini the minutes za huu mkutano. Hizo pia itahitajika kuziwasilisha mkifanya ombi la kusajiliwa. So wale office bearers, yani wale officials wa ilo shirika lazima pia you give the details. Yani the office bearers wale watakuwa na simamia ilo shirika lazima you provide the details. Also the proposal is that you also have to provide a physical and postal address. Kwa nini? Wakati umesajiliwa kunawezekana authority nataka kuja kuwatembelea. So lazima wajue watakupata wapi. Wakitaka kukutumia communication watatuma wapi. So you need physical and postal address. Next slide. Alafu kuna mahitaji mengine tofauti kidogo, as we've said, depending on the type you want to register. Those are provided in the regulations. So baada ya kusajiliwa ni nini kinatokea? Ni what is the effect of registration? What you've been registered? What does it mean? Ilo swali linajibiwa kwamba ukisajiliwa katika sajili ya serikali kuwa wewe ni sasa you've been accepted as a public benefit organization. Shirika lako limekubaliwa na umepatiwa cheti. Sasa inabidi ufuate kanuni zote ambazo zina peana mwelekezo katika hiyo sheria. Na hizo kanuni ni zipi? The first one is the Public Benefit Act. Hiyo sheria ambayo tumeshaiongelea hapo awali. The next one, so you have to comply with all those laws and the other laws ya nchi. Nchi yetu ya Kenya kuna sheria mingi. Now once you get registered as a public benefit, wewe ni kisheria, wewe ni mtu. Ile organization watu wengi wanajua mtu ni huwa anapumua, but sheria inatambua mtu ambaye ni organization. So you become a legal person and you have to comply with all the other laws that govern the country. Then kuna faida pia. Ukisajiliwa katika hii act kuna faida fulani ambazo zinaambatana na huo usajili. Baadhi ya hizo faida ni kwamba you become eligible. Okay, it's not immediate,
but where we left. Colleagues, let us continue from where we left.
Oh, okay. Okay. It's tulikuwa tunaongelea baada ya kusajiliwa, what's the effect? So nimewaambia kwamba lazima utii sheria zote ambazo ni za nchi yetu ya Kenya, ikiwemo katiba na sheria zote ambazo zina tuko chini yazo. The next one is that you become eligible for the benefits that we'll outline later. One of them being tax exemption. Once you get registered, unaweza kuomba serikali ikupatie exemption kutokana na tax. Yani ukubaliwe kutolipa ushuru. Sasa baada umesajiliwa na umeanza activities zako ama hujaanza, inawezekana pia ukaondolewa katika sajili. Kwa sababu ile kusajiliwa, unasajiliwa kuna kanuni zake na kuna majukumu fulani lazima utekeleze. Bado ukikosa kutekeleza hayo majukumu, inawezekana ukaondolewa katika ile sajili. So tunataka kuona ni mambo gani ama ni nini unaweza kufanya ikasababisha uondolewe katika ile sajili. So baadhi ya vitu ambavyo unaweza kufanya ni kukosa kutii sheria za Kenya ambazo umekubali kuzitii ukikuwa registered, ukisajiliwa. So ukikosa kutii public ile maelekezo inapatiwa na the Public Benefit Act, the regulations that we are proposing, once they are passed, unaweza kuondolewa. Lakini hiyo kuondolewa si ghafla. Ukikosa kutii kuna utaratibu. Utafahamishwa ulisajiliwa ukasema utafanya XYZ. lakini tunaona kidogo unapoteza mwelekezo. Kuna sababu ya kupoteza, utapatiwa notice. Ukikosa kutii kueleza vizuri kwa nini unapoteza mwelekeo, ndio unaweza kuondolewa, lakini si ghafla. Hakuna mtu atakuondoa kwa sajili ghafla. So lazima pia utii sheria za apart from public benefit, nayo mapendekezo ya kanuni, kuna other laws that you have to comply with. Kuna baadhi ya stakabadhi unapewa cheti, but ukipewa hicho cheti kina kanuni fulani pia lazima ufuate. Kama wewe ni shirika kama tuseme international, kanuni zake ni tofauti na national. Kama wewe ni exempt, kanuni zake ni tofauti na bestowed. So ukikuwa registered, lazima utii sheria na kanuni ambazo zinaambatana na huo usajili. Next. So tunaendelea na sababu gani ambazo zinaweza sababisha uondolewe katika sajili ya serikali kama public benefit. Ikiwa katika ile form yako ulidanganya, kwa sababu hii one of the requirements tuseme ya kupatiwa certificate is that you don't need the board members, the 5 minimum board members, you don't need to be related. If you are related, you cannot form a public benefit organization. Then unaweza kuondolewa. Ama ulisema utaenda kupatiana faida fulani kwa watu huko Machakos. Ama ukasema unataka kupatiana chakula kwa watu maskini. But umeanza kufanya mambo ambayo ni tofauti na hiyo ile representation, unaweza kuondolewa. Pia ukikuwa registered, alafu ulisema utafanya utajihusisha na mambo ambayo yana faida kwa jamii, alafu unaenda unaketi tu, mwaka moja inapita, 2, 3, hujajihusisha na kitu yote, uko tu kwenye sajili ya serikali, wamekuandikia barua, umekosa kujibu, unaweza kuondolewa. So tulisema one of the requirements, one of the benefits of these new proposals is that you'll be engaged in public benefit activities, and that one of the freedoms you'll be exercising is the freedom of self-regulations. Like kwa muda mrefu kulikuwa na mjadala kati ya serikali na mashirika ya kijamii kuhusu ni kiasi gani serikali inaweza kujiingiza katika masuala ya kuendesha haya mashirika. So one of the recommendation that came from civil society is that we should increase uhuru wa mashirika ya kijamii. So this is entrenched, ama inawezeshwa na these provisions in the act that are in the regulation, in part 5 of the regulations that talk about self-regulation. Kwanza, mko na uhuru, once you've been registered as a public benefit organization, uko na uhuru wa kuleta mashirika mengine kama 10, yakiwa chini zaidi yakawa 10, alafu mkatengeneza kitu inaitwa a forum of public benefit organizations. Ama shirika 10 yanakuja pamoja kivipi? Inawezekana you are involved in the same sector, ama you subscribe to the same principles, ama you operate in the same geographical region. So mnaweza kukuja pamoja, mseme sisi ni forum, we are 10 members, you can register us as a forum. So forum is composed of a minimum 10 public benefit organizations. Tuko pamoja. So hayo mashirika, ukisema unataka mmekuja pamoja kama mashirika 10 na mnataka kuwa registered, there are certain minimum requirements also you must provide. Ndio utendakazi ukue rahisi kati yenu na the regulatory authority. There are certain minimum requirements that you need to provide. So those requirements are, you must make the application. Kuna form vile tunasema katika every process imekuwa provided in the act. Kuna fomu ambazo ziko nyuma ya hizo kanuni, mtazitizama, you use those forms for every process ya application. Then kuna you have to pay the prescribed fee. Ile pesa itawekwa na serikali. Then you must provide constituting documents. Hizi ni kama gani? Katiba yenu umesema ni vipi mtaendesha your organization. So you provide that constitution to the authority. Then you have to provide the minutes of the meeting, particulars of the office bearers, and copies of the registration certificate of those individual public benefit organizations. Next. So, tumesema public benefit organization can form a forum. Yani mashirika huru yale yamesajiliwa yanaweza kuja pamoja yaka at least minimum of 10 they form a forum. These 10 forums can also come together and form a federation. Umeelewa? Tuko pamoja? A minimum of 5 forums now can form a federation. This federation is also voluntary. Nobody forces you to join together, but once you sit together and see muone malengo yenu yanahusiana ama yanakaribiana ama ni malengo ambayo ni same, you can register. Those forums can form a federation of forums. Mahitaji ya kuregister forum ni kama yale ya kuregister federation kama yale ya forum. You need a name, you need to provide the authority with the constitution, the constituting documents. Lazima mkwe mmeketi mkakubaliana that sasa sisi tumekubali kuja pamoja tutengeneze federation. Tumesema mambo yote hapa ni mambo ya hiari. Hakuna mtu anakulazimisha. Ukiregister public benefit organization unaweza sema hata utaki kuhusiana na mashirika mengine yoyote. Operate independently and the authority will still recognize you. So ni mambo ya hiari. So baada ya kusajiliwa tumesema lazima kukuwe na majukumu fulani. Umekubali, umekuja umekuwa registered kwa sheria, lazima kukuwe na majukumu fulani ambayo utatekeleza, ambayo yatawezesha shirika ambalo linasimamia hiyo sekta kupatiana huduma iliyo sahihi kwenu na kwa wale ambao wana benefit. So some of the obligations of every public benefit organization, yani majukumu yale ni ya public, shirika lote ambalo limesajiliwa katika sheria, majukumu yake ni lazima waweke rekodi za ama financial statements. They have to have financial records, yani vile wanaendesha mambo yao ya fedha, kupokea fedha, vile wamezitumia hizo fedha. Lazima waweke financial records that you file once a year at the end of the financial year. You have to also file annual returns. Mwaka ukishaisha, umetekeleza wajibu wako, umefanya activities ambazo umefanya, umetengeneza those financial records, you will be required to file annual returns. Hizi returns zinawezesha serikali kujua umeendesha, kama unaendelea kutimiza majukumu yako na you are still operating under the law. Yani bado unafanya majukumu yako ukifuata sheria. So when you make material changes also there is a requirement to notify the authority. So baada ya kukuwa registered, like we said, you can be deregistered. So or you can decide tumefanya kazi na sasa imefikia muda, labda mfadhili ameondoka, labda tumetimiza majukumu yetu, labda haikuwezekana yale maono mlikuwa nayo haijawezekana kuyatimiza, ama labda baadhi ya watu ambao mlikuwa mmekubaliana mtafanya kazi nao wameamua kujiondoa. Sasa inakuwa inahitajika ama mmeshaamua wenyewe, mmeketi mmesema tena haiwezekani kuendelea na hii kazi, so mnataka kufunga lile shirika. So mkitaka kufunga inaruhusiwa. hautakatazwa kwa sababu mlikuja pamoja kwa hiari. Mkitaka kufunga pia mnafunga, so mnaweza kufunga, na mkitaka kufunga you will be required to provide the certificate of registration, ile yenye mlipewa, ile cheti ambayo iliwaruhusu kufanya kazi, mtairudisha kwa serikali, mseme sasa si a copy of it, you can keep the original. Minutes of the meeting to dissolve, lazima mketi, wale mliketi mkakubaliana kufunga, lazima mketi pia mkubaliane, yani mliketi mkakubaliana kufungua, lazima mketi pia mkubaliane kufunga. Mkiamua kufunga, you have to provide reasons, yani sio ati mnalazimishwa, but ndio the regulatory authority ijue kwa nini hao waliamua kufunga for purposes of records. Mnaweza kuwa mmeamua kufunga but ile sababu mnapeana ikawa inaweza kusuluhishwa, so you have to notify the authority, mwambie tunataka kufunga, watawaambia hii hata kama mnataka kufunga hii shida yenu tunaweza kutatua, so msifunge bado. Ama wamepata mfadhili ambaye anasema anataka kudeal in that sector, so anaweza kuambia msifunge bado, so you have to provide that reason for those kind of reasons. So as we have said, mmeungana pamoja, mmefanya kazi, mmeamua imeisha, ama for whatever reasons you can decide to wind up the organization. But if in cases of violations or non-compliance with the law, yani kama amjaweza kutimiza yale majukumu yamewekwa katika sheria, ama zile kanuni zimewekwa katika sheria, pia the authority, this is now providing accountability and balancing, checks and balances. The authority can deregister. In what instances is the authority allowed to register? If you decide to dissolve voluntarily, mmesema mnataka kufunga hilo shirika, the authority has no role other than to see that winding up is smooth. But the authority can also, after assessing your, after wamekadiria utendakazi wenu, when they decide to dissolve, they can do it, they can initiate the dissolution process. So sababu ambazo zinaweza fanya shirika la Pibora kudissolve, kuinitiate the dissolution process, is the failure to comply with PBO Act and the regulations that we are proposing, assuming that they are passed by Parliament. The other issue is kama umesajiliwa alafu ukaenda kujihusisha na mambo ambayo hayaruhusiwi na sheria. Mambo hayo ni kama gani? Kuna wale wanafanya money laundering, yani wanakuja kusafisha hela ambazo zimetoka kwa mambo ambayo hayaruhusiwi na sheria. Then unaweza kuwa umekuwa registered ukasema utasaidia jamii, but ukaanza kujihusisha na mambo ya kusupport terrorism. Hiyo itasababisha wewe kuondolewa katika sajili. Failure to undertake public benefit act. Karibuni wageni wetu. So you can be removed from the register under those kind of circumstances. If you fail to undertake public benefit activity, like we say, ukikosa kutekeleza yale majukumu ambayo ulisema, ama yale malengo ambayo yalifanya ukasajiliwa, unaweza kuondolewa. So whether it's kama umeamua kufunga hilo shirika mwenyewe, ama the authority ambayo ina regulate that sector imeamua kwa sababu hujatekeleza wajibu wako kufunga, kuna baadhi ya kuna baadhi ya vitu ambavyo vinafuata. One of them, once you are registered, you may have acquired assets. So the authority, you must notify the authority that you want to close the organization, or you want to wind it up. Ukisha amua kufunga, lazima utambue another organization, shirika lingine ambalo linatekeleza wajibu kama ule ulikuwa unatekeleza, ama wajibu ambao, ama lengo ambalo limekaribiana kwa zaidi na zile malengo ambazo ulikuwa registered. So the law allows you to select to which public benefit organization all the assets you had acquired should be transferred to. So that gives you priority. You say we have vehicles, we have this furniture, we want to transfer it to this organization. Then, so you lazima upatiane kwa the authority orodha ya madeni ambayo ulikuwa nayo na assets. Ndio ijue kabla ukubaliwe kufunga hilo shirika, kama ushalipa madeni, kama kuna watu wanakudai, na ile imebaki ndio utaruhusiwa kupeana kwa shirika lingine ambalo lina malengo ambalo yanaambatana na malengo ambayo ulikuwa unatekeleza. The new regime, the Public Benefit Act, inakubali kwa sababu kuna mabadiliko katika dunia yote. Nyi wote mnaweza kushuhudia kwamba ile pesa ilikuwa inakuja Kenya kutoka kwa wafadhili, kutoka kwa nchi mbalimbali, inaendelea kupungua. So sheria inatambua hivyo na imeona baadhi ya mashirika ambayo yalikuwa ya jamii, yalikuwa yanapeana faida kwa jamii, hayana uwezo tena kama yalivyokuwa nayo kitambo. So sheria imewaruhusu kufanya biashara kwa kiasi fulani ambayo itakuwezesha kuendelea kupeana zile services that were supporting the government agenda in the country. So mnaruhusiwa kufanya biashara kwa kiasi fulani. Hii biashara kwa sababu baadhi ya fedha ambazo utaweka kwa zile biashara inaweza kuwa ya wafadhili. Hizi biashara huwezi kufanya kama sasa mfano kamari. Huwezi kubet game ya Arsenal na Man U na pesa ambazo umepokea kutoka kwa mfadhili. Serikali hairuhusu hivyo. Kuna all forms of betting, it's not acceptable. So the government will regulate what kind of activities you can engage for the purpose of protecting the donor funds and the funds that are provided for the sake of a public benefit activity. So there are regulations that govern those kind of activities. So sasa ni nini faida haswa ambayo inapeanwa na these new regulations and the act? Ni faida gani ambazo ziko katika hizi kanuni ambazo zinapendekezwa? One of them, like you said, you are eligible for tax exemption. Ikikubaliwa usajiliwe katika hii sheria, unapata ile faida ya kutolipa ushuru. The other issue is that in the new regulations, katika hizi kanuni, muda wa kuregister organization umependekezwa kufupishwa kwa muda kidogo zaidi. Usingoje for more than a year after the application process. Huo muda umefupishwa. Na kuna sajili ya huo muda imeruhusiwa sasa ku make the application for registration online. Yani unaweza kutuma ombi lako kwa mtandao. Freedom of association and expression. This has been entrenched. I've already spoken about it through self-regulation. Yani mmekubaliwa kujipanga. Ile mnajipanga wenyewe ndani kwa ndani vile mnafaa, mnataka kuendeleza mambo yenu. Then the public benefits, some of the public benefits that will be registered are also involved in civic activity. So kuna yale mashirika yatakuwa yanapeana services au yatakuwa yanaendeleza malengo katika kuendeleza wanaharakati. As you know, we need an active civil society and activism to keep the government in check, both at the national level and at the county level. So mnaruhusiwa kujiunga pamoja ndio muendeleze wanaharakati na kuweka serikali kwa njia ambayo inailazimisha kutekeleza yale malengo ambayo iko nayo kwa wananchi. So the other benefits, faida nyingine ambazo ziko katika the new regulations, one, the Public Benefit Act introduced the Public Benefit Tribunal. Why? Tribunal ni kama koti. Shirika hili linaweza unaweza kutuma ombi fulani likakataliwa. Unaweza taka kuregister a public benefit organization ikakataliwa, ombi lako likakataliwa. Hiyo haitakuwa mwisho. Sasa unaweza kwenda kwa tribunal kama unasikia hilo ombi lilikataliwa kwa sababu ambazo hazijakutosheleza tosheleza wewe, unaenda kwenda kwa the tribunal and then you appeal that decision. But before you go to the tribunal, unaweza kuomba organization yenyewe ikaangalia tena huo uamuzi wao. It's called internal review. Useme mmenikataza kwa hii, lakini kulingana na mimi naona hamjanikataza kwa njia iliyo sahihi. So you appeal internally. There's an internal review process, and then if you don't feel satisfied, you can now proceed to the tribunal and challenge that. Still, if you are not satisfied at the tribunal, you can go to the high court. Yani unaweza kutoka kwa hiyo tribunal ukaenda ukaomba high court tena kuangalia uamuzi huo. So kuna two appeal process. I've talked about that. Better industry standards, yani kuna mambo ya kisasa, maendeleo ya kisasa ambayo tumesema. There is now online platforms on how to engage the authority. Unaweza kutuma ombi lako katika mtandao, unaweza kuengage the authority katika mtandao pia, na maombi yako yani uamuzi wa organization utawasilishwa kwako kwa njia ya mtandao ama kutumia zile njia za kitambo ambazo tunazijua si wote. So one of the reasons why you need a properly regulated framework, yani utaratibu wa kufanya kazi katika charity sector, is because even donors, they want to associate with a properly regulated environment. Ule mfadhili anataka kujua akisacrifice ile pesa yake akupee, it needs to meet the objectives ambazo yeye mwenyewe alikuwa convinced ndio zilimfanya akatoa ile fedha yake. So you need a properly regulated environment. So this is, if we once we go through this process na hii sheria ikubaliwe na bunge, the donors will have a good reference point of checking the records, of checking your registration process, na wanaweza kukuamini zaidi. Kwa hivyo wanaweza kupatia hela zaidi kwa sababu you comply with the law na wanakuamini. Hiyo compliance inaleta uaminifu. So that's why we really need these regulations. Another one, we don't want you to open and close. Ufungue shirika leo, labda ulipata mfadhili, alafu ameondoka, alafu sasa wewe pia ukafunga, alafu ukaanza kujiuliza sasa tena nifanye nini. So we don't want you to close. That's why there's a proposal to open a window where you can engage in limited business enterprise that will support the objective of the organization. Yani imeruhusiwa ufanye biashara kwa kiasi fulani tu, vile tumesema, sio kamari, sio kuenda kuweka pesa kwa mambo ambayo huwezi jua kama itarudi. Yani ile wanasema, Waswahili wanasema bahati nasibu. Usicheze kama hivyo. So unaruhusiwa, so that the organizations that are open, even when the donor has left, they can still continue operating. So those are some of the benefits. Just the last one before that. So vile tumesema, kila mtu inataka ndio to operate in a transparent environment that creates trust. We need transparency and accountability from both the organizations and from government. So these regulations propose to create that environment where there will be transparency and accountability. Ndio kila mtu anaamini mwingine, na serikali isiingilie mambo ya mashirika ya kijamii kama yanaendelesha shughuli zao kwa njia inayofaa, na pia mashirika ya jamii yakuwe accountable to the beneficiaries. Wale wamesema wataenda kufaidi, wao wafaidi. Na wale donors, the people that wafadhili ambao wanapeana pesa yao, pia wasikie kama ile pesa yao imetumika kwa majukumu ambayo walikusudia kuyapata. I think that's those are the benefits. Next. So this is we'll open the forum for this, for questions and comments. So you can go to the next slide. We don't need to deal with that for now. Next slide. So from here, we'll open the forum for engagement. Tutataka mtupatie maoni yenu as we've said already, mko na sheria hapo, usiogope. Umekuja hapa kwa ajili ya kutusaidia katika mchakato, ndio tuendelee kuisafisha hiyo sheria iwe inawahudumia kwa njia iliyo safi. So we'll open that, but before that I think we may provide an opportunity to be introduced to the visitors that have joined us, so that they also feel part of the process. So in the meantime, you can be perusing those regulations as well. So where is Lyndon? So tunataka kupeana nafasi kidogo tujulishwe wageni ambao wamejiunga nasi, ndio tuweze kufahamiana vizuri na hao wajisikie wako nyumbani. Lyndon.
Habari zenu. Habari zenu tena. Kwa majina naitwa Lyndon Nicholas. Mimi ndio team leader wa hii maneno ya public participation. Sijata listen to what you have to say, to collect your views, which we will then go and consider with the Attorney General tukimaliza kutembea Kenya mzima. So mkuwe makini, make sure mnauliza maswali kulingana na ile sheria yenye imekuwa presented hapa. So I will still be coming back. Kwa sasa wacha nirudishe microphone kwa mwenyewe.
Asante Lyndon. Asante sana wageni wetu kwa kujiunga nasi. Mmekaribishwa na jisikie kama mko nyumbani. Tumefurahi kuwa na nyinyi asubuhi ya leo. Sasa tutaenda direct to the regulations. Tutaenda kwa hizo kanuni. So tutaenda direct kwa hizo kanuni na tunataka kusikia mapendekezo yenu. But before we begin that, let me see by a show of hands, who among us already are engaged in some form of public activity? Nani wanajihusisha tayari na mashirika ya yanayojihusisha na kusikiza? Ni asanteni sana. Tunashukuru nyinyi wote kwa kufika. We'll go through the provisions of the regulations one by one, and we want to hear what you say about it. Please give me the copy of the regulation. That hard copy. So tunaanza from the top. Kuna ile microphone nyingine. So utaratibu tutakaofuata ni huo. Hii ndio inaitwa plenary. Unainua mkono, memorandums. We'll give an opportunity for you to submit the memorandum. Itapokelewa hapa rasmi na afisa kutoka the authority. Mtapigwa picha na yeye hapa ndio uende nayo nyumbani. Simulisema siku hizi hata ukienda shule, apart from the certificate, lazima pia upigwe shule picha kwa ile shule. Ndio issues zikiarise later, at least unasema nilikuwa na picha na ndio hii. Si mnajua hivyo? So utapigwa picha alafu utawasilisha memorandum. But once you submit your memorandum which contains what you wanted to say, ukishawasilisha ile memorandum yako, then you can take like a minute or two to give us a quick summary of what is inside. But don't go clause by clause because it's already captured in the memorandum. So kwa sasa mikono na mapendekezo. Yes. This gentleman started, so you can give him the mic first. So vile tumesema, unasimama unasema jina lako na county ambayo umetoka.
Good morning.
Please stand up so that they can see. Oh.
I will beg not to stand.
Okay, fine.
I stood sana pale nyuma.
No worries, that's fine.
So, good morning once more. Yes, my name is Festus Mwanza Kaluki. I am the Executive Director of Disability Advocacy and Services Kenya. It's an NGO that works for persons with disabilities, especially those that are marginalized among persons with disabilities. My contribution to public benefit organization regulations would be to look at how inclusive is the regulations that make sure that everybody is being carried along, regardless of their several challenges. For instance, when when we speak about the adverts that you say you send out,
Yes.
how many persons with diverse disability were able to access that information? And do you go back after this and ask yourself, or ask yourselves in the many public participations that you do, that how better can we make our communication channels inclusive and accessible to all persons, regardless of their disabilities. I'm speaking about disability because I know there are people that are not able to access or to be privy to the information. So my second concern is the composition of those that are going to sit on the top. That is the board. Do we have a representative of persons with disabilities? And sorry, I'm unaware. So
Sorry. Just takes your time.
yes. Do we have a representative of persons with diverse disabilities, as we have youth representative, woman representative, a representative of civil society, and government parastatals, different government parastatals in the board? In the previous act, that is 1990, there lacked a representation of persons with disabilities. Thus, a lot of us faced numerous challenges in the application processes, and I must say I was privy to sit with the then executive director, Bwana Kangata, and highlighted some of our challenges. And then I have been tracking what we talked about with Mr. Kangata, and he had goodwill. He implemented. So do we have those regulatory plans that need to accommodate persons with disability in accordance with the Disability Act 2025 and in accordance to Public Benefit Organization Act or draft?
Thank you. Those are your two questions, right? So we can take like a round of 5 questions and then we can tackle them together. There will be officers. Maybe you can put some seats here for the officials to respond to the questions. So tuende na utaratibu. Sasa nitakuja kwako mama, lakini yule mzee alikuwa ameinua mkono kwanza, ataseme aulize swali.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Kama nilivyotangulia kusema ni kwamba jina langu ni Ali Athman.
Natoka kaunti gani Ali?
Natoka kaunti ya Machakos, kaunti number 016. Vile vile ni opinion leader na vile vile a member of the Fourth Estate.
Asante.
La kwanza kabisa hilo ni on a lighter note, ni kwamba bendera ya Kenya, wimbo wa taifa, very important. Lakini fundi wa mitambo sijui alifanya nini, tulikuwa tusikiwe wimbo. Kwa hivyo next time
tutaucheza tena tukimaliza.
Asante sana. Basi napenda kusema kwamba PBO Act, hili ni swali, ilikuwa tangu 2013
Hiyo ni miaka 12. Why that delay? Tukaja tukapata PBO regulation leo. Lile jambo lingine ni kwamba regional offices, ningelipenda kusuggest kwamba hapa tulipo utangulia kusema Makueni, Machakos na Kitui, hiyo peke yake ni region. Pale nimeona Eldoret, Mombasa, Garissa, hii region napendekeza nao ni region kubwa, si ndogo, nao ifanyiwe hiyo. Sawa. Kile kingine ni kwamba hii board ningeliomba iwe ikiangalia briefcase NGOs. Zamani ilikuwa kitu wa non-governmental organization board, sasa imebadilika. Sawa. Organization. Niliona pale registration kuna nationals, bestowed, international na exempt international. Hapo napenda patiliwe mkazo, kwa sababu mtu anaweza toka hapa anataka anakuja amesema ameregister organization, lakini siku 2-3 wale watu walikuwa wamefuata lile shirika wanakuta kula kuna watu wanakuta ni ile ilikuwa ofisi, wanakuta ni nyumba ya kuuzia nguo. So hilo litiliwe mkazo kabisa, ionekane kwamba jambo hili linaweza kufanikisha. Kile kingine ni kwamba nasema nimepitia ingawa inataka time nyingi kupitia, hii naipiga tick, nimeona ni mpangilio mzuri. Kwa hiyo tutaendelea hivyo hivyo, na nyinyi nyote nawavulia kofia kwa kazi nzuri mnaofanya. Asante.
Asante sana. Athman, asante sana kwa mchango wako. Give the mic to give this mama next to me. Msikuwe na wasiwasi, tutawapatia muda wa kutosha wa kupeana maoni yenu, msitie shaka.
Thank you. Christine Mutisia, Machakos County. My opinion is this. As you have brought this one to us, we salute you. It's something good. But I'm requesting you, muipeleke uko mashinani tuwe na ile inaitwa civic education. Because the mamas and the rest of the people who are in the chamas, most of them are in the mashinani. So I'm requesting for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alafu, umesema unaitwa nani mama?
I'm Christine Mutisia, Machakos, Central Ward.
Okay. So sasa pia we tunataka uwe ambassador wetu pale mashinani. Tumekuwa appoint kuwa ambassador.
Thank you for that.
Asante sana. Next, so tutaenda kwa ule mzee, alafu tukuje kwa huyu mwanadada ule, alafu ule kwa huo utaratibu.
Asante kwa hii nafasi. Majina naitwa Musyoka Mbwika, natoka Machakos County, Kimutua location. Yangu ni kusema kwamba vile tumesoma, tukifuata tunaweza enda mbele. Kuna watu wanakuja mashinani, lakini tunasoma hapa juu juu, sio ndani ndani. Nimesikia umesema kujiandikisha kikundi ni kutoka watu 5. Ni kweli?
Wale wanaendesha wale wanaitwa directors ndio 5, mnaweza kuwa wengi zaidi. Okay. Lakini minimum ni 5. Mnaweza kuwa wengi zaidi. Sheria imeweka yani kiwango cha chini kabisa cha directors watakuwa 5.
Ile ingine kuondolewa kwa kikundi, ni kikundi yote ama ni mtu?
Safi. Hiyo ni swali zuri, litashughulikiwa na wenzetu, and but you can proceed with the question and then we'll answer them.
Ile ingine ni kuna maafisa wanaweza kutembelea wakipitia ofisi ya social, waangalie vikundi, watafute vikundi, waje mashinani.
Pia hilo ni swali, yamalize maswali yako alafu tutajibu. Tunanakili kila swali ambalo unauliza, tunanakili, tunajibu.
Kuna ingine inaendelea, kuna watu wanakuja kwa vikundi, tuseme sana sana ni hawa wanasiasa, wanatuambia tuwapatie photocopy ndio wakatuletea nini pesa. Hiyo inawezekana, mtatujibu.
Okay.
Ile ingine kikundi kimeisha, na tuseme hiyo kikundi ilikuwa sana sana hapa town, na wale wa hapa nje reserve ambao hawafanyi kazi ndio wachache, na kikundi imeisha, na sasa imefikia ule wakati pesa zirudishwe kwa serikali, na wale wamebaki ndio wachache kuliko wale wengine, na hao hawezi kupatikana. Walikuwa wafanyikazi na wameenda retire ama transfer, na wale wamebaki ndio wachache. Hiyo watu wanaweza kufanyaje?
Asante sana. Hilo ni swali ambalo limeulizwa katika kila forum. Tunashukuru pia kwa kulirudia.
Ile ingine ni tofauti ya CBO na EOB group. CBO na EOB group.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sawa sawa. Wenzetu watajibu haya maswali yako yote, wamenena kile. Tulisema tuondoke kwa ule mzee tukuje hapa kwa ule alafu pale alafu tutachukua another round of questions.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. My name is Mary Mutuku. I work for an organization known as PEN Kenya. We work in the...
You can raise your voice also so that they can capture your name and your county.
I'm Mary Mutuku. I work for PEN Kenya. In full, it is Partnerships for Empowerment and Networking in Kenya.
Okay.
We work in the 3 counties of the southeastern region. And
so your presence is in the 3 counties?
Yes.
And where do you come from yourself?
Makueni.
Makueni County, okay.
Yes. And I live in Machakos anyway.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, I'm representing a network for a forum of CSOs in Machakos County. I'm their secretary. And because you have said that we begin from the top, I beg to let them wait until that section, we reach to that section.
Okay.
Because their first issue was in the first schedule.
Okay.
But I will go there.
All right.
I am beginning on the Regulation 2 about interpretation. And we are requesting that you amend forum, which the regulation says it means a forum of public benefit organizations recognized in accordance with Regulation 24. Kindly amend these to forum, meaning a forum of public benefit organizations recognized in accordance with Regulation 21, 1 and 2. And the rationale is Regulation 24, kindly my legal team will agree with me, Regulation 24 is wrongly cited because it refers to the process of application for recognition of a federation of forum. Then Regulation 21 is the correct citation, which provides the definition of a forum. So kindly check on that.
Thank you.
Thank you
for that. Oh, so you said we will get to the other questions later.
All right, I talk about the rest. I have a number of them because we sat as a network. We highlighted them. It's around 10 pages.
Do you have a memorandum?
We have a memorandum.
Okay, so we will call you. Do you have a physical copy?
We have a soft copy.
Okay.
Yeah, but we can present a soft copy as well.
All right, so we'll give you time to present a summary of that, and then you can, if you want to send it, we'll provide channels through which you can send it to our email or address.
Allow me to share my forum sent me to share on the section of regulation. Yes. As I have said, we are a forum of a network in Machakos County, and the regulation provides for application for recognition of a forum and a federation of forums for public benefits organization. So we request that you amend the fee for application for recognition of a forum of public benefits organization. Currently, the regulation provides for 20,000, and we propose the fee to be reduced to 5,000. Because for us to work effectively in the county, we feel that 20,000 is too high. And the rationale is that business registration service fees, the amounts are lower. And this is not application for registration. It's just a recognition. We'd like to be recognized as a network or a forum with a lower fee, not the 10,000. We have so much of them.
All right, thank you. Your neighbor had something to say.
Yeah, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Dorcas. I work with an I'm from Machakos County. I work
Dorcas
with
who?
Musioka.
Musioka.
Yeah, I
From
work
Machakos County.
with an organization called Mane Kenya.
Mane?
Mane.
Okay.
And today also I'm representing ENET. ENET is Health NGO Network. Yeah, we have our members in Machakos, Kitui, and Makueni. Yeah, and I have our memo already here in hard copy. So, do I present now?
Yes, yes. You present and then you give us a quick summary of what is contained there. There's an official. We have our colleague Mercy. Huyu ni wakili mkubwa katika Public Benefit Organizations Authority. Wanasaidiana na wengine. So atapokea hiyo memo yako. Like we said, on behalf of those camera people, your opportunity is here to shine. Please come and present it.
So I've said us, and this is our memo from different organization mostly in health. Yeah, we implement health activities. We do advocacy in Machakos, Kitui, and Makueni counties. Yeah, and here I have a hard copy of our memo. I understand you will take it and maybe you will stamp it.
We'll receive, yeah. We will indicate that it's been received.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you will go with one copy, and also for my filing, maybe I beg also you sign mine for filing. Yeah.
Si hivi ndio watajua hata yeye kazi alitumwa alifanya.
So maybe I can give some highlight of what
yes, a quick highlight. Now that we have it, you just give a quick highlight of what is contained in there. Yes, the mic is not, or you can use this one.
It's okay. Under Regulation 5, prohibited names. We propose that you had detailed name acceptability criteria, and this one will prohibit duplication. Yeah, thank you. Under Regulation 5, that is prohibited names, we propose that you had detailed name acceptability criteria, and this will prohibit duplication or misleading names. Yeah, then in Regulation 6, that is public benefit test, we propose that you develop a checklist aligned with the 6th schedule to access public benefit, and also you clarify minimum criteria for eligibility, including nature of activities, governance structure, and intended geographical scope. Then in part 3, that is under registration, regulation 7, eligibility for registration, we propose that you clarify required governance structure and activity scope. That is, you link it to 6th schedule. Then under regulation 8, we also propose that you define documentation checklist, that is 30-day response time to enable e-filing. And this one will reduce delays and standardize regularization procedures. Then bestowment of PBO status, regulation 9. We propose that you add clarity on which types of legal entities are eligible for bestowment. And also we need also to we also need you clarify eligible entities, that is e.g. societies, trusts, companies, to align with the public benefit areas. Then under regulation 10, we also propose you list the required documents, and this will promote transparency and planning certainties for applicants. Under part 5, that is international PBOs, regulation 11, eligibility. We propose home registration proofs, that is a third board members, and this will improve legitimacy and local accountability of international NGOs. Regulation 12 and application. Maybe we propose that you define the document. You can set a 45-day review time and allow online filing and allow application to be filled online. Under regulation 13, we also propose you define clear exception criteria. That is, if an organization has no physical presence, does not implement directly, or does not support partners, then it will not be given the status. We also propose that notification of any changes that will invalidate exemption. Under regulation 14, application for exemption, we propose that you had a requirement for a detailed letter of intent and scope of work, partnership, if any, and physical conduct points. This one will encourage periodic review of exception relevance. Then under regulation 15, effects of registration, we propose that you clarify that the registration will grant full rigorous status as a corporate body or subject to compliance with reporting. And this one will promote awareness of rights and duties under Kenyan law. Thank you. That's what we have at NET Health NGO Network. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for that meaningful contribution. So there was somebody there, but because the questions have become quite a number, I think I suggest that let's just take that one question and then we'll take another round of questions. Wajibu hizi kwanza ndio sizikuwe mingi zaidi, tupoteze mwelekeo.
Yes. My name is Patrick John from Machakos County.
Just say your name again so that it can be captured by those taking.
My name is Patrick John from Machakos County.
Patrick John.
Yes.
Okay.
Nafanya na community. Swali yako niko na swali. Unakuta register na NGO ile tunaita non-governmental organization. Taongea Kiswahili sababu kuna mama wazee hapa. Mmeongea Kizungu sana hawasikii mnasemaje. Ndio waweze kuelewa ile tunasema. Unakuta nimefungua shule anda hiyo mnasema NGO. Every time huyo mfadhili ananiambia hata fund hiyo shule anymore. Nimekopa pesa, nimenunua magari za shule, etc. Unaelewa hiyo? Sasa mtamsaidiaje na huyu mfadhili amekataa kumfadhili pesa na amekopa magari, mbangi na mudai, mtamsaidia aje? Thank you.
Asante kwa swali lako. Utajibiwa. So I think let's give the officers an opportunity to answer. Ma'am, will come and start with you. wacha wajibu hizi maswali kwanza alafu tuendelee na because there are many questions, I can see there's a big interest. Also, when you get a chance, try to summarize your contributions and ask your question in a direct way. Yani swali lako uende direct. End around the question. Uliza direct, and then you'll give us more opportunity to give answers to the questions. Asante. So let me welcome my colleague Mercy, so that she can handle some of the questions, and Lyndon is also there to assist with the answers.
Hamjambo. Kwa majina naitwa Mercy. Mimi ni wakili kutoka PBO Regulatory Authority. Na siku ya leo tunasema asante sana kwa sababu mumeweza kuungana nasi hapa Machakos. Kila mtu ambaye ametoka sehemu mbalimbali tunawakaribisha kabisa na tunasema asante. This document is a very important document for us, and this is a big day for Machakos County. So nitajibu maswali ambayo mumeuliza, alafu mwenzangu Lindo atakuja kujibu zingine, manake tumegawana hizo maswali ambayo mumeuliza. Swali la kwanza ambayo nitajibu ni kutoka Musyoka. Swali ilikuwa jinsi ambavyo tunaweza kukuwa na maofisa wanaozunguka hadi mashinani kuwapa maelezo na kuwafunza hii maneno ya NGOs. Ukiangalia Act, sheria yetu ya PBO Act 2013, jukumu letu moja ni kufunza wana NGO, wana PBO, kuwapa training na sensitization. Na kwa sababu hili ni jukumu ambalo tumepewa, sisi kwenye authority tunashughulika ili tuweze kukuja tuzunguke hadi kwa grassroots CBOs. Hapo awali tumekuwa tukifanya training. Na pia tumekuwa tukiungana na counties, tumekuwa tukiungana na county commissioners, na tunazunguka kufanya sensitization. Sasa kwa sababu tuko na hii act ambayo inatupea hiyo kazi, na lazima tuwashike mkono, tunajipanga sawa sawa, tutengeneze kalenda sawa sawa ambayo tutazungusha kila mahali ili kusema mwezi huu tarehe huu tutakuwa hapa. Mmenielewa hapo? Sasa huo ni mpango wetu kabisa. Sheria imesema tufanye hivyo na lazima tutafanya. Swali ingine ambayo imeulizwa ni difference between a CBO and a self-help group. Self-help group, vile jina yake iko tu hivyo, ni group ya members kuweza kujisaidia na kujiinua. Ni members wenyewe wanajipanga, kama ni pesa watachanga, na wanajua ile namna watajisaidia. Ile yenye tunaona sana sana ni ile ya table banking for example. Sasa self-help group huwezi ukailinganisha na PBO ama NGO, kwa sababu PBO na NGO ni ya kusaidia watu wa nje. That's why inasemekana public benefit. Self-help group is for private benefit of the members. CBO, utapata kuna CBO ambayo iko na public benefit, inasaidia wale beneficiaries kama ni watoto wa shule. Na utapata kuna CBO ambayo ni self-help group, members wenyewe wanaungana, kama ni pesa wanajua vile watachanga, kama wako na support watapewa, lakini ni ya wao wenyewe kujinufaisha. Sasa hiyo ndio tofauti. Self-help group iwezi kukua public benefit organization. But CBOs, some of them are public benefit organizations. Na kueleza hapo zaidi, ndugu yetu Victor alipokuwa anaongea, alisema what a public benefit organization is. There has to be public benefit for you to be qualified as a public benefit organization. Sasa unaweza kutofautisha kati ya hayo mawili. Kuna self-help group for private benefit na kuna public benefit organization. Na hata kama self-help group iko na some aspect ya public benefit, so long as there is private benefit, haitakuwa public benefit organization. Public benefit organization, rule number 1, it must benefit the public and not the members and not the directors. Hapo ni sawa? All right. So tena kumekuwa na swali kama can an NGO still run when the number of directors goes below 5? Kwa kawaida, namba ikienda chini ya 5, ambayo ni the prescribed minimum, board wenyewe watakaa chini, members watakaa chini, wafanye election ili kukuwe na replacement. Huwa kuna muda wa nyinyi kufanya hiyo mpango, kuna muda wa nyinyi kuita mkutano, mtatengeneza minutes, mchague yule ambaye atakuja kureplace yule ambaye ametoka. Sasa namba ikishuka 5 haimaanishi utafungiwa, hapana. Kuna muda, na kwa sheria kuna procedure ya kubadilisha directors, hata kwa regulation kuna procedure ya kubadilisha directors na members. Namba ikishuka chini, mnajikusanya, mnapanga election, kama ni kuingisha other members, kama ni appoint another director, hiyo ni sawa. Hiyo ni mambo ambayo sheria imeshughulikia. Alafu tena kumekuwa na the memorandum that has been presented by Dorcas. I see is she here? Or she has stepped out? Okay. Labda tumpe time kidogo, labda atarudi ili niweze kumpa majibu yangu. Alafu kulikuwa na hilo swali ya forums and federation, ya kuuliza kwamba kutolewa kutoka forum, kama ni mtu mmoja anatolewa ama ni kikundi kizima. Kwa sababu hii ni forum. Forum has been formed by a group of PBOs and a group of NGOs. There will be the code of conduct, kuna ile sheria ya hii forum, ambayo nyinyi wote mnazingatia kama forum, ambayo nyinyi wote you uphold and ensure to comply with your code of conduct, kwa sababu ni yenu. Nyinyi wenyewe mumetengeneza sheria yenu ya self-regulation, ya vile mnajipanga. Membership to a forum is by a PBO, and at that point the PBO is the member. Sasa ikikuwa sheria haijafuatwa na hiyo PBO ambayo ni member ya forum, ni hiyo kikundi ndio itatolewa kwa forum. It is not an individual person. Ni sawa? Kwa sababu hii ni group ya NGOs ambao wamekuja pamoja kukuwa na forum. So it will be the PBO that kwa imetolewa. I've seen Dorcas is back. Thank you very much. We have received your memorandum and we have had a look at it. My comments are that it is a very good proposal, and I see it really touches, and the most rationale is on ensuring accountability, ensuring transparency and good governance. So the proposals are in order. One is that of accepting online submissions. That is what the authority is doing. It is a work in progress. Wakati Rais alipeana directive ya kwamba services zote zitaenda e-citizen, na sisi tukaanza hiyo mkakati. Sasa tuko na e-citizen portal, ambayo we are still upgrading it. Sasa tunachukua registrations na tunachukua change of officials na mambo ya bank letter. Tunaendelea ku-expand ili services zote zikue hapo ndani. Payment yote tayari inafanyiwa through eCitizen. So once we are able to really onboard all these services, then the services will we will accept online submissions of all this documentation, na kila mtu ataweza kusaidika, kila mtu kokote aliko ataweza kufanya application yake kutumia online system. Ukiwa inakuchanganya kidogo, unaweza enda hapo kwa cyber, unapata mtu anakueleza. Na bado ile wakati tutakuja kuzunguka tukifanya training, maelezo na sensitization, pia tutakuja kuwaonyesha jinsi ya kutumia the eCitizen portal. Sasa tukifanya hivyo itakuwa rahisi kwetu sote ku access services from where you are. Hapo iko sawa? Aya, asante sana. And then again, the memorandum also largely addresses parts of the act. And in our wisdom, as we were drafting the regulations, we limited duplication of the act in the regulations. Particularly the section 8 is very broad. It already has many requirements and it is quite clear. So in the regulations, we did not want to find ourselves in a situation where we are duplicating the act and coming up with, a similar act. So we provided matters in the regulations that are really not clear in the act. Again, these recommendations, including specifying the directorship and the requirements for international NGOs to provide their certificate copies from their mother entities, is there. And it is there at the point of name reservation when you log into the portal. Also, most of the proposals are also captured in the forms that are part of the regulations. So mkiona kuna kitu sana kulingana na requirements ambayo haiko kwa regulations, ni kwa sababu iko kwa act tayari, na sasa tumezieka kwa forms, kwa sababu forms are the ones that you fill in, munaweka kwa portal, munaleta, alafu hiyo ndo inawawezesha kupata hizo services ambazo munazihitaji sana. On the issue of the forum, Regulation 24 and 25, we will check on that, the citation. So thank you very much for that contribution, Madam Dorcas. I will also talk about the representation and inclusivity of the board of the authority as had been raised. That is a really valid point because it is enshrined in our constitution in the first place. Now, when you look at the composition of the authorities board, we have representatives from government, we have representatives from the federation, and there is provision for representatives and persons who are knowledgeable in the PBO sector. What the Act has not specified is the particular representation as had been raised in your question. Our understanding is that this is a provision in the Constitution, and the Constitution is superior. Now, when the Act was drafted in about 2012, before it was passed in 2013, that may have not been brought out clearly because why? The Constitution was there, and the assumption was whatever is in the Constitution must always be followed and we must abide by. Now we are here, 10 years later, 12 years later, implementing the old Act. It is also our view and understanding that in as much as that has not been provided for, it is a consideration that is made by the appointing authorities. And at the same time, when the PBOs are appointing their representatives, this is something that must be in their code of conduct, in their governance instruments, so that they are able to have representation that cuts across. And then, of course, is to mention, yes, we have a board that has women and men, and therefore, that is, the appointing authority should look into what you have raised in order to have that as a consideration, because there is room. In fact, there is room for everyone. There is provision for persons who are knowledgeable in the sector. There is provision for representation from the federation. And then, of course, now there is provision for representation from the government entities. So I would stop at that point and invite Lyndon to continue with the next phase of the questions, and then we will hand the mic back to our facilitator to guide us on the next phase of the Q&A. So karibu, Lyndon. Thank you very much. Asanteni kwa kunisikiza.
I'm told there's a follow-up question. Yes, can we have it? The follow-up question, is it from you? Yes. Probably you stand. Okay. Okay, fine.
Yes. My follow-up question, or rather comment, goes to these documents that everyone has. This is a data form that is made to give views, and I would suggest that vile tunataka kujua mtu akona ni mwanamke ama ni mwanaume, we also want to capture their type of disability, because a lot of times we don't know in our spaces the people that we are sitting with, and maybe their accommodation needs also need to be factored in. That's why I'm going to recommend, as we give these hard copies, that we provide also an online copy, that those with diverse disability, those with diverse disabilities will be able to also contribute this to this copy or this form adequately through other modes of communication. I sit here, and a big number of persons with deaf blind have been locked out of our public spaces because we have not considered their type of communication model that is tactile, and it's enshrined in our constitution as a national language that goes with sign language and Braille, English and Swahili. So we also need to see that play out very well in our public participation, so that and more so in policy discussions, because that is a key community that we choose to leave out deliberately. So yes.
I believe I get your concern and your comment. It's very important what you're saying, and we are working with our communication department to make sure that we also have people contribute in Braille or some of our writings given in Braille. But I can assure you that if you go to online, we have given, there's a QR code that we have given that takes you to the Act and also takes you to the regulations, and you can make online contributions through that. On the issue of Braille, we are working on it. It's not an easy thing to achieve, but we are working on it. We will definitely, moving forward, put it in place. There was a question on why it took long, over 10 years, for the Act to be implemented. When the Act was passed into law in 2013, for those of us who follow news closely, you will realize or you remember that there were several attempts to operationalize the Act, but then again there were several court cases about operationalization of the Act, and then there was also debate in Parliament about the same Act, and there are also concerns that the Act, the way it was drafted, if you look at it keenly, you will find that certain sections conflict with other sections. Certain clauses conflict with other clauses. So that is why it took this long to operationalize the Act, but only because after several court cases, the court assured us and instructed that we can implement the Act with all the mistakes that it has without attempting to amend it first. So according to the judgment, amendments will come after implementation, after we have experienced all those conflicts and problems and issues that the Act has come with, then we can engage on amendment of the Act. And again, we will come back to you during that for another round of public participation so that we look at the Act together and say, this one conflicts with this one, which one do we keep? Let's keep this, let's remove this. So that is why it took that long. There was a question on the measures to regulate briefcase NGOs. This we are going to do through very close monitoring. According to the Act and the regulation that we are currently putting in place, and of course your contributions, views and comments, we will be able to publish the register of all NGOs or PBOs that are in the database. So we will publish this and put it on the website so that you can clearly see who is on the database and who is not. For example, kama shirika yako haijafanya compliance, kwa website itaonekana inaonyesha either non-compliant or inactive or compliant and in good standing. So that will help you with donors. It will help mwananchi know that if I want to engage, I engage with a compliant and an organization that is in good standing. So part of monitoring will be that, but we will also be paying impromptu visits. We come to the organizations and see what they are doing and compare with the returns that have been filed. The returns that will be filed will not just be financial in nature, but they will also include programs that organizations are running so that we see. If you say you are engaging in education, we want to see the report that shows how you're engaging in education, what you are doing in education, and then we compare with the financial report in terms of how much have you spent on education and what else has gone to other things. So that we will be doing very closely. We'll also be working with county governments and national government through the Ngao system to make sure that mwananchi actually gets what is due to them. The other question was on taking public participation forums to mashinani. Public participation forums, by their very nature, is for everyone. No one is excluded. So wherever it is, everyone is invited to come, participate, give views, which then get considered. There was a question on by Patrick John on someone who opened a school. The school got funded. Then the donor withdrew financial support. If you look at section 65 of the Act, you will find that we introduced a clause there that allows PBOs to engage in economic activities, income generating activities. So you can, instead of depending on the donor, you can diversify and generate your own income so that you are able to achieve your objectives. Alternatively, you can diversify in terms of donors. You don't have to depend on one donor. You can always, there's a database for donors. You can get your hands on that and try all other donors other than the one that you're used to, because sometimes donor focus changes. However, when it comes to section 65, it's easy in this way. One, if you have excess from what you produce within your organization, then you can sell some of them and use that income to operate your public benefit objectives. Alternatively, you can register a company and run it for profit. The catch is that the profit must come back into the PBO. If the profit does not come back into the PBO, then there will be regulatory breach and two organizations will come in. One will be the authority, the other one will be KRA. So as long as the company is owned by the PBO fully, no partnerships, and as long as that company, the profit that is generated is fully plowed back into the PBO, then the PBO issues the company with a tax certificate for purposes of tax exemption. Otherwise, if you do anything outside that, then you will be in breach of the law, and then there will be other compliance issues that will come in. Is there another question that has not been tackled from the round that was asked? Victor?
I just want to add something regarding the consideration of people that are differently abled. One, we have an interpreter here. As an immediate response to that contribution, maybe you can stand for a minute so that you can say what say what I want to say in a way that will be understood by those that may need that service. So one, we made an effort to provide an interpreter here. I'm sure this is not sufficient. There are other considerations that would have been put in place, but for now we tried to provide an interpreter here for those that may use that service. For that reason, there are those that could be needing that service. We also did not want her to stand for the whole session. So we provided a seat for her to sit, but if there is somebody who needs that service and is seated behind or it's outside, we can make provision for them to sit here where they can access the services. So that's one of the considerations that we took into account regarding your contribution. So for those that are seated in the back, feel free to come and get a seat, a front seat. Yeah, there's already one that is benefiting from that service. Yeah, so because of we don't want her to stand throughout the session, so she can sit. But if you need to the service, just come in front. I think our maafisa wamejibu maswali mengine vizuri. Meridhika na majibu yao. Tuwapigie makofi basi. So now we are proceeding to the next round of questions. So kulikuwa na mkono pale nyuma kwanza, ule nilimsimamisha. Ndio tukaenda kwa majibu. Nataka tuanzie pale, tukuje kwa huyu mzee, tuende pale na ule. Alafu tena tuchukue zingine. Ndio tusijichanganye wenyewe. So give that mama the mic. Good afternoon.
My name is
please, is the mic working? Vile tulisema ukipatiwa mic, unasema jina lako, unatoka count gani, alafu unaenda direct kwa swali lako au maswali yako.
Good afternoon. My name is Katunga Musyoki. I traverse counties.
Okay, I honestly can't hear you, so I suppose that
Hello.
Yes, that's better.
Audible now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Katunga Musyoki. I'm from Machakos County. I'm representing Mama Africa. I'm the CEO, Mama Africa International Family Foundation. We are working in Nairobi County, Rinchon, in the Machakos County, and towards Lower Eastern Bloc. My concern is one. We are talking about a document of 2013. And talking of document of 2013, actually most of us here who are seated here are not very sure what are we discussing. I have heard somebody asking what is the difference between CBO and the self-help. That is to say, a number of us are in darkness. Number two, my feeling is that if really we could have been given slightly more time, because I know it has been a journey for this document to be placed in public domain. And if we rush and they talk of we have fulfilled our public participation space, and yet the document has gaps. Going back that long journey, which has taken 10 years and above to reach Parliament, to be accepted, it is not easy. I could have requested the concerned authority to reconsider, give us a soft copy of this document, give us an avenue to read, and perhaps give our input and forward to your offices, much as I have heard from some of us telling us they have a memorandum. We appreciate that bit. Whoever gave their input to memorandum, it was good, we appreciate that. But also, other organizations like myself, I'm a community development practitioner. I represent community development practitioners in Lower Eastern, as well as Mama Africa is the representative organization. We could have said, when we talk of NGOs, CBOs, we talk of surveys, we are talking of community development. What input is it in this document? I could have requested we do more, and more so, another concern I have from the Act. We have we are talking of another concern. We are talking of independency of the regulator. I have gone through that particular item, and indeed, the voice of client is missing. Thank you. Over to you.
Asante. Kwa njia ya haraka sana, because she addresses some other issue that is beyond the regulation. One, vile tulisema hapo awali, hichi kikao cha leo
sio mwanzo wala mwisho, sio cha kwanza wala cha mwisho. It's a process. The public participation itself was launched on 5th. It's going on until the 25th of this month. So hujachelewa kwa njia yoyote, ma'am. I feel that free that you have time to go through the regulations. Vile umesema, hapa nje tumepeana pia QR code. Wale wako na simu ile inaweza scan, you can take the regulations. Hata sasa vile tunaendelea hivi, kama una hard copy, you can do it. Or after we finish, you can scan, and it's also available online, and we'll provide you with hard copies now that you're already here. So the other issue, the officers will handle. So we said we move from then patia mzee Mike. Asante sana kwa maswali yako, ma'am. Those are very legitimate questions, and they will be addressed properly.
Asante sana. Kwa majina mimi naitwa Ndonga Ndonye kutoka Machakos Town, Machakos County. Na nafurahikia. Kwanza nashukuru sana organization ya PBA ya Machakos tuichangie. Nashukuru sana kuja kwenu.
Asante.
My concern goes to part 10 on the miscellaneous provisions appearing on the page 30. Subtitle, engaging in economic activities. Yamechangiwa mazuri sana na yule aliyetoka hapa on that topic of engaging in economic activities. Walakini, when the PBO is supposed to engage in economic activities, that economic activities is supposed to be anchored somewhere else. And as we have seen, it is supposed to be licensed or authorized by the relevant regulatory authority. It is my concern the PBO is supposed to be registered either in the Companies Act so that we know it is operating under the Companies Act. But here, it is just left hollow, suspending somewhere, leaving it to the mercy of the regulatory authority. So, the board is supposed to be independent and operating its own. It is supposed to stand out in its own feet and not at the mercy of anybody else. So, when the organization decides to engage in any economic activities, it should be allowed to be registered fully in the Companies Act so that it operates within that bracket.
Asante.
My previous, I explained it verbally, just it operates verbally, but it did not go further than that. So it appears maybe one way or another, you are going to be at the mercy of someone else.
Asante mzee.
As we say, it is an independent Kenya, and the forum and the organization is supposed to be independent on its own. So it is my concern, let it be allowed to register as a company and operate it.
Asante.
Last but not least, the members of the draft public benefit organizations, are they insured in any body? Are they covered in any insurance cover? As you are seeing, members are being maybe handled in one way or another, which is not pleasing to independent Kenya. Please, it is my concern. If the members are not enjoying any benefits of the insurance cover, please, may it be included so that we feel we are part and parcel of the whole system. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Asante sana. Tupigie mzee Ndonye makofi, maswali yake mazuri hayo. And then we said we go somewhere. Give this gentleman a mic.
All protocols observed. Good afternoon.
Asan. Good afternoon.
My name is Joseph Munyoki. I work for an NGO called Inner Desk Formation Kenya. We are working in 4 counties, 3 of them in the Lower Eastern that is Machakos, Makueni, and Kitui. And
Sorry,
also Kajiado.
you said your name?
Joseph Munyoki.
Munyoki.
So a few things that I wanted just to highlight. We are also members of the Machakos Civil Society Network, so our memorandum will also be shared. But in part 6, on issues of cancellation and suspension, it could be clarified what cancellation is and what suspension is, because it's also not clear. For example, if an NGO or a PBO is suspended, for how long? Because the two terms are being used interchangeably. On the page 15, there is also some need for editorials. There is a mention of first schedule, which is supposed to be second schedule for the forms that are presented there. And then on page 22, regulation number 26, there is a mention of 6 months at the end of the calendar year. And also number 2, the deadline that is also provided for is 31st of March. 31st of March at the end of every year. So that is somehow not concurrence to that. My final one is maybe back to Linton, because he mentioned something about the implementation of the Act. And there is a court ruling that was delivered on petition number E519 of 2024. Does it mean that the ruling that was done, I think on 13th of this month, does it hold water? Thank you.
All right, asante sana kwa maswali yako. Just give the mic to the gentleman next.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I am Titus Mbidi. I represent the Foundation. We are also an organization that is working in the southeastern Kenya, the 3 counties, and I come from Makueni. And my questions are a bit straightforward. One is on the PBO Act. We know currently the NGO Act has restrictions in terms of the areas of operation. So with the PBO Act, do we still have restrictions in terms of the areas of operations? Do we still stick, if it's a national NGO, those that will be bestowed, do we stick to the 5 counties, or we can now scale up and do more counties? Again, you mentioned that one of the advantages of having the PBO Act is a tax exemption. When you talk about tax exemption, will it be automatic or will it be earned? And for the case of organizations who will be moving from the NGO Act to the PBO Act, if you already have the tax exemption, will you stick by it, or you'll still be required to go through the application process, the KRA and that kind of stuff? And there was also a question that was asked, and it was responded by council, and it did not come out clearly on the part of the CBOs and self-help groups. We know that currently CBOs and self-help groups are registered by the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, that is the cooperatives. And she mentioned that if a self-help group undertakes activities that are for public benefit, it's when they'll be registered under the PBO Act. So does it mean that there will be some self-help groups that will be registered under the cooperatives, and there will be other self-help groups that will be registered under the PBO Act? And maybe if we can have time, it will be good for the team from the PIBORA to give us like the key highlights. What are the differences between the NGO Act and the PBO Act? Because I think that way it will be clear for most organizations that are currently operating, and they'll be able to relate on the things that they'll be shifting in terms of their registration and in terms of their operations. So thank you very much.
Thank you for those very clear questions. So we have one more there. Let me see people that still have questions so that we know how we should manage our time. Questions, contributions. I know that we had said we'll allocate more time to you to give your presentation. So let me just see by show of hand who still has some contribution to make. Okay, so we give him the mic. Wanjala. And then, Wanjaro, of course, we already have your submissions, but we'll give you an opportunity to give a quick summary. And then we'll take another round of questions.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Amos Wanjala,
representing MMV Associates. That's a forum of Mau Mau War Veteran Association, Jeremiah Mugi Foundation, Mau Mau Machigari. And I do have a question today. I just have a request because mnajua wazee huwa hawaamini kitu mpaka waone, ama mpaka waone kwamba kimefanywa. So tulipeana memorandum Meru, lakini hawakuona nikipeana. So ningependa wao wenyewe leo wapeane memorandum officially. So that is just my request. Na ningependa ku-request our members from Machakos, Kitui and Makueni waweze kusubmit memorandum ya Mau Mau. Asante sana.
Asante sana. Naona hata wewe umejitayarisha, umevaa suti nzuri kweli. So we'll give them an opportunity to submit the memorandum. Please, are they ready so that we do it straight away? Okay. Wakuje, Lyndon, you can come and receive the memorandum on behalf of the authority. Msimame hapo vizuri ndio picha iko pale, muweze kupigwa picha. Msimame nyote hapa, piga mstari. Wengine wakuje hapa wale hawatatoshea huko, lakini jaribu msimame hapa. Naona muangalie pande ile. Asanteni sana, kujeni kwa haraka, naona mko wengi kweli kweli. Wale wako na hiyo copies muinue juu vizuri so that ionekane memorandum. Wote wako pamoja. Karibu na tunashukuru sana kwa mchango wenu. Ucha huyo afisa akuje huko mbele ndiye atapokea. Ule mkubwa wa kikundi asonge mbele ndio apigwe picha vizuri. Asante sana pia kwa kupigania uhuru wa nchi yetu watu hao wa Mau Mau. Tunashukuru sana. Tuwapigie makofi. Okay, tutampatia msimamizi aseme kitu moja after ame present memorandum. Asante sana. Hao ndio walipigania ile tunasema freedom of association and conscience.
Asanteni sana. Amujambo. Amujambo tena. Majina anaitwa Johnston Baluka Munyo kutoka Mboni Makueni pale Tulimani. Mimi ni PA wa director wa chama ya MMP CLG. CLG ni company limited by guarantee. Tuko na vyama vingi cha Mau Mau. Kwa hivyo vyama mingi Kenya hii. Kwa hivyo mimi nafanyia Kenya mzima 47 counties kama PA na secretary. So wale amwamini Mau Mau, kwanzia sasa kama hujajiandikisha please, mmesomeshwa apali ya vikundi. So mkoni consult Kenya, ofisi yetu iko National Archives, ile ingine iko Kitale. Leo nimetoka Kitale na nimetumwa salamu za nyinyi nyote na director wa kikundi Kenya mzima. Thank you very much. Sina mengi.
Asante, asante sana. Asante.
Mumesikia vizuri sana, mujiandikishe na Mau Mau. Ni ilitupigania uhuru. Sawa sawa. Tunaweza keti.
Asante, tuketi sasa, tuketi. Tunashukuru sana watu wa Mau Mau Veterans Association. Asante sana. Wanjala pia wewe tunakushukuru kwa kuandamana nasi tangu tuanze hii process pale Embu. Paka sasa tuko Machakos. Asante. Tuwapigie makofi wanapokaa Mau Mau. Sasa we take the next, okay, tuchukue mmoja. Okay, the members that wa Mau Mau walikuwa hapa, they have come from many counties. Nyeri, Nairobi, Makueni, Kitui, Machakos. It's a national representation. Tuwapigie makofi tena. So we take those two questions and then we can get the answers and then we'll take the final round of questions because we don't want to overshoot this. Na naambiwa kuna chai na ngoja inatungoja pale nje. But kama kuna maswali zaidi msiogope, tutaendelea tu mpaka tuchukue maoni yote.
My name is Mumo Grace from Makueni County. I work with Uraia Trust, who is a member of Makueni Civil Society Organization. We have a memo, I mean not a memo, submission, but I know the point I'm giving, it's not in that. And it is a special request. We are talking of devolution, and we are tired of traveling to other counties. For example, Makueni, if it comes to a national contribution to any act or a bill, we have been moving all the way from Makueni to this point, specifically Machakos. Why should we not devolve to the counties itself? I think we can get more information because it is easier for the people within the county to travel to the designated place to give their views. That's my special request.
Thank you.
My colleague is giving the memo. Maybe he can give the summary of it.
Okay, asante sana kwa swali lako. You can come and accompany your colleague as she presents the memo. Imepokelewa hii na maafisa. Okay.
But before, as we present this, I also have one thing. That when we were trying to discuss about these particular regulations, our members from the Makueni Community of Practice, which is made of the Makueni Civil Society Network and different members, we were asking ourselves, just like the other government programs are done, you have a list of the NGOs already. Why should we re-register again, or rather register again? Why don't we just shift this? And I think this is a question on behalf of everybody here. That yes. Why don't we just shift this to the other? Then the last one, as we present this, is about the difference between the PBO Act and the 1990 Act of the NGOs. We have had the wrangles within the leadership wrangles within the board. How are we going to solve this? How are we going to behave differently in this particular era of the PBORA? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Those questions.
And my name is Robert Muli from Makueni Civil Society Network.
Robert Muli?
From Makueni Civil Society Network.
All right.
Yes.
So,
members?
So the members can quickly come to the front. We want to save on time. They present their memorandum. And those two questions that you've asked will be addressed by our colleagues from PBORA.
Are we going to have them signed?
Yeah, they will be signed, but let them be received and then we'll go to the registration desk for the other procedures.
Okay, then my chairman will be presenting that. But we have paid a lot of emphasis on the fees aspect because we feel like the members of the network, of the civil society network of Makueni,
needs to also be captured and actually look at the fees for that matter. So probably we'll go through it and give us a response towards whatever has been given. Thank you very much.
Asante sana, tuwapigie makofi.
Yes, habari yenu wananchi, honorables, this is your document, and if I can say, this document actually is from the civil society. We came up with it, we documented, and it was now negotiated through the parliament. It became a document, it was signed, and then I feel a success to the civil society because the document is real, it is honored by the government of Kenya, and now we are working on it. So I think this is the best time actually to critique, to amend, and make any changes which suits ourselves. This is the time. So, musianguke. Mko sawa? Musianguke sahi. This is your time now to raise up and look at it well and make it fit for the future generations. Thank you, sir.
Asante sana, tumpigie makofi huyo. Tupigie makofi civil society organizations kwa mchango wao. So do we have any more questions, contributions? We take this one and then we take the answers. What's your microphone?
Thank you. Habari yenu?
Mzuri.
Salama?
Tuko salama kabisa.
Kabisa. Yes. My name is Dennis Muriuki, a member of the Young African Action, an organization affiliated to a civil societies organization on the Lower Eastern. Our memorandum is clearly stated, but I've got some few that I want to have the clarification and my recommendations.
Okay.
One.
Oh, ni kama wajasikia jina yake, sema tena jina lako. Maybe unaweza chukua hii microphone, it could be better.
My name is Dennis Muriuki, a member of the Young African Action. Yes, so my first memorandum is about streamlining the registration process. On the cross, we found that there is in the information the level of education, professional, occupation, and the PO box. What we are proposing is these level of education, professional, occupation are outdated. So we should at least remove them and include PO box, because many citizens still do not have access to internet, but can access PO box. And again, on the draft part 3, 81 and 82, we should replace may with shall. The people shall. Yes, on registration of international public benefits organizations, we saw that you recommended all the part of the regulations, the people should provide their duly signed attendance with list telephone numbers and the personal identification numbers of the members present at the meeting. So what are we proposing is, in the review of the data protection sharing, at least consider that for safety purposes and the number sharing. Munaona kwa maybe Twitter, when you go Twitter, namba inatumwa tu hapo ya mheshimiwa, mnaambiwa msalimie. So hatutaki kuona kitu kaa hiyo, tafadhali. Sawa? Last one is some praise of improvement. It is still here, but let me say it. Public Benefit Organization Regulation Authority to have outreach and capacity buildings for programs on the registered organization. Consider that. 2, the Public Benefit Organization Registration Regulation Authority offices and branches across the country and the counties, all maybe at Huduma Center for easy accessibility, sababu watu wengine hawafika kwa ofisi yenu. And the last one, this is the best. Actually the best one, the federation should be an unstate actor. Tutaki kuona wanasiasa wakiingililia hii kitu, tafadhali. Asanteni sana. Nimekuja na chairman wetu, the CEO. Ningependa akuje tu present hii kitu.
Lyndon, kindly do us the favor of receiving the memorandums from our friends. Salimia yeye tena, picha haijashika vizuri, naona ule ana struggle. Sawa, asanteni sana. Asanteni sana for the questions and for the memorandum. So the mic is out. Any more questions?
My name is Mwasia.
Please, your two names, please, for record purposes.
Sorry, I'm told to come.
No worries. That's where you are required.
My name is Mwasia Sol, the acting chief, Mlolongo location, at the River Sub-County, Machakos County. My issue, I have two issues. Part 6, Section 18 of the cancellation and the registration. A, the PBO shall not from their account. My question is, since these funds were channeled from whatever source they were channeled from for the benefit of the public, after the cancellation of the registration, what PBO has involved itself with politics or political alienation, is cancellation of the license why? Failure to do this, the civil societies involved in this may lead us to anarchy. And then, who should we hang?
person and the lady that is remaining. Okay, then we need another round. So, Mercy, you can address the questions that have been asked so far so that we take the last round of questions. Thank you. So how many people still have memorandum to submit? I know we have our friend here.
It helps us to improve on the document. As you have said, this is our document to guide us as the authority and to guide the sector. So I'm going to start by responding to the issue on submission of annual returns. And that is actually an error on the document because the PBO Act talks about 6 months to submit the annual returns and the audited accounts. And this is a different provision from the previous NGO Act. The NGO Act required that upon closure of the financial year, you have 3 months to submit the returns. But the PBO Act provides that you have 6 months. It has extended the period. So that one, we actually noted it at the point of printing these regulations, but we could not alter it because this is how the document came from the Office of the Attorney General, but we have taken note of that. So the duration for submission of annual returns and annual reports is 6 months as per the Act, okay? And then I'll also tackle the question on transition from the NGO Act to the PBO Act. Now, in the NGO Act, there was provision for only 2 categories of organizations. That was national and international. The PBO Act has increased these categories because we also have organizations that will be bestowed with a public benefit status. And these organizations not necessarily will be incorporated at the PBO authority. They may be incorporated elsewhere, but because they want to be bestowed and issued with this PBO status so that they can actually pick and gain from the benefits of the PBO Act, then they will be bestowed with a PBO status, and this would be in form of a license or a certificate. And then we have the exempt organizations that do not implement directly and they do not raise funds in the country. So those already are 4 categories from the previous 2 categories of the NGO Act. When you look at the PBO Act, Section 5, the transition provision, Section 5.1 and 5.2, it talks about applying for registration, and specifically entities that had already been registered in the previous NGO Act will or shall be required to apply for registration under the new Act. And then it talks about a 1-year period to do that. Now, to enable us understand what this transition is about, the mandate of the authority is to maintain a register of all the PBOs. This register must provide for the 4 categories of registrations, or 4 categories of PBOs that I have highlighted. Noting that we had only 2 registers before, one for national and one for international. How then are we transitioning, whereby we have a register containing 2 identifications, yet we need 4? It therefore means that the registration referred in the Act requires that you are entered into the register of PBOs to your rightful category. You may have been existing as a national entity, but you are actually international. You may have been registered previously as an international organization, but you are actually an exempt organization. It is for that reason that the transition cannot be automatic. The authority, in order to maintain the register, must correctly place these entities into their respective categories in the register. Thereafter, you will be issued with an identifier document that shows that you have now actually been registered under the PBO Act. So this registration is not incorporation. It's not a fresh start. It is simply being entered into the register and being issued with a document showing that on this particular day, you have been entered into the register of PBOs and you are a PBO. So that is the clarity that I want us to get and to have. We are not asking you to incorporate afresh. No. We want to have you properly placed into the register and your proper category. Now, again, at the same time, we would definitely want to know who are your board members and officials. I mean, we are entering you into the register of PBOs. It would only be prudent for the authority to ascertain that indeed these are still the officials of this entity. And since the PBO Act brings in new dimensions, we would also request that you amend your constitutions where need be to incorporate the new dimensions in the Act. For instance, the financial year, because there is a change in the financial year from 3 months to 6 months. For instance, if you are engaging in income generating activities, you would want to have that placed in your constitution. Another one would be on the safety of assets as provided for in the PBO Act. So there are elements in the PBO Act that you may be keen on having in your constitutions. Therefore, as we are transitioning and entering you into the register of PBOs, we would require such information so that moving forward, we have placed you in the proper category. There is no confusion about you actually incorporated as an international entity, but you are actually supposed to be an exempt organization. And I want to tie that point with a question that was asked about tax exemption. Tax exemption is not automatic. What the authority does is to recommend you to the entity that under statute is required to issue tax exemptions. We recommend you because we are the custodian of the records. We can confirm that indeed you are registered with us. Indeed you carry out that charitable activity that you do, and indeed these are your directors. So if you are now enjoying a tax exemption and we transition, it is at that point that the identifier document we will give after you have transitioned to show that you are now a PBO comes in, which you now continue using with KRA. So it does not mean you will apply for the tax exemption afresh. You still continue using it, but once we've given you the identifier document, that is what now supports you to say, we are a PBO because we transitioned in this manner, but we are the same, we are the same organization, and you will continue enjoying that tax benefit. Now, I want to offer a clarification on the CBO versus self-help group. The point is, self-help groups are for private gain. And if they offer any public benefit, so long as there is private gain, they cannot qualify to be a public benefit organization. For CBOs, we have some that are mixed or a hybrid. Some actually do offer public benefit and therefore will qualify to be referred to as PBOs and to be entered into the register of PBOs. When you look at the wordings of the Act, it states that a CBO whose objectives do not benefit the members. So the first thing, whichever way you have been incorporated, if there is private gain, there is no way you can be referred to as a PBO. If you are for public gain, then you qualify to be referred to as a public benefit organization. And then we have tackled the issue of the transition and that of the tax exemption. So I would like to end this, my particular session, by responding to the question about the court case. And to say that, yes, the High Court's pronounced itself and made several orders. Presently, we are in the Court of Appeal with a view of challenging that provision. And also we have obtained stay orders. So as it is right now, everything that the authority is mandated to do, we then continue doing it, including having this very meaningful engagement that we are having today. There was the question on why it took so long to have the act in place, and it was responded to. But I would like to also respond to a very critical question that was asked about the amendment of the act. In 2014, a task force was established to amend this act. It did not succeed because the matter went to court. And therefore, the amendments were not seen through. The amendments did not take place. So we have the act as it is. The court pronounced itself and indicated that we need to operationalize this act, implement this act, and then see what are these other gaps as we implement the act, and thereafter go for an amendment. I will be glad to indicate that about 95 to 98% of the matters provided in the regulations are not the ones that were up for amendments. So the regulations are okay and they are in order. The issues to be amended are in the act. And the beauty about the PBO Act is that it is very elaborate, very broad, that you don't really need to provide regulation for everything. The Act speaks for itself. So therefore, once we do this, because we are complying with the court directive, we are also complying with the presidential directive of operationalizing the PBO Act. Once we are done with the regulations, we will then be able to revisit the issue of what were these amendments? Are they working for us? Or what can we therefore do? So we are doing this because it was in the best interest of the court, and it was in the best interest of the Office of the President that we actually, first of all, operationalize the act. Sasa vile tuna operationalize, ndio tumekuja na regulations, ili tuweze kujadiliana na tuweze kuelewa hili document inakuja kutusaidia vipi. Na ndio maana tuko hapa leo. Maneno ya koti yako salama. Mambo ya koti sasa tuko Court of Appeal, hiyo ni maneno ya koti yataisha, na tuko salama. Hakuna shida yoyote tukiendelea na huu mkutano wetu. Hakuna shida yoyote na woga wowote. Tukiweza kujadiliana kuhusu hii regulations jinsi ambayo tunajadiliana. Na washukuru sana. Asante.
Huyo ofisa anaitwa Masi Soisi, anaeleza vizuri. Tumpigie makofi tena. So I think you are getting to. Yes.
I'd like to inquire from her. The already registered NGOs. We talk of a transition that might bring the NGOs to a certain cost in the migration from NGO to PBO. So would we get some riders for the already registered NGOs, both international and national, to be transitioned automatically to the new system without any payment?
Okay, thank you. That question will be addressed by this officer. So, just two issues. We intend to wind up with the next round of questions. But like we've said, we are not closing the public participation forum. It's still open until 25th June. So, 25th of July. So, don't feel left out. If you don't get a chance, of course, to present here, we'll try to ensure that nobody goes home with a presentation or a question. But if you do not get a chance, or you have not read the regulations and you need time, don't feel like you are late. We are still in the middle of it until 25th of July. So we'll take, our colleague will answer the questions that are remaining. We'll try to take like 2-3 more questions and then we'll wind up. But like we've said, just feel that you still have time and we'll give direction on how you can make the contributions. Lyndon.
Thank you, Victor. I will quickly go to the questions that have been asked. There was a request for our email address. The booklet that we've given you has all our contact, phone numbers plus email address. You can use that. Then public participation, like he has alluded, is still on. Deadline is 25th of July. So you are still, it's still open for you to bring your views, memorandums, emails, comments, as we proceed around the country. Then there was a question on the license under economic activities. There was a question that the license given to PBOs should apply across the board to the businesses that a PBO may run. This is not possible. There's a reason why we have different registration regimes. For example, we have companies. The companies engage in business. PBOs engage in charity. You cannot mix those two. Companies limited by guarantee engage in charity. That is why the law has, the Companies Act is split into where you have limited by shares, limited by guarantee. So in this section, we are providing an avenue for PBOs to engage in business, and that means they have to be registered with a different registration regime. For example, if you operate a school, don't you have to get a license from Ministry of Education? Sinikweli. The same applies. So wezi enda kwa watu wa education na ukose kuchukua license yao. Ukisema wewe ni PBO, you will remain a PBO, but you still have to get the license from the other side. Those are already established protocols. The other question is from Joseph Munyuoki on filing annual returns. That one Mercy has covered. The highlights and difference between NGOs and PBOs Act. There are many differences. One, we have Section 7, which introduces public benefit status. We have Section 11, which introduces exempt registration. We have Section 27, which introduces code of conduct. We have Section 50, which introduces the PBO's tribunal. We have 21, which transits the federation from the NGO council to federation. And so if you look at it, the PBO Act is totally, completely different from the NGOs Act. We have Section 62, which introduces inquiries and investigations. We have Section 63, which introduces protection of assets. We have Section 65, which introduces economic activities. So it is totally, completely different. And you can also, you are welcome to refer to the booklets that we've given you. You will see the frequently asked questions. That is among them. The answers have been given there. Then there was a question on how PBO RA will behave differently from NGOB. The difference is in the law. The previous law was scanty and ineffective. The current law is comprehensive. So in effecting this new law, we will not be behaving the same way as we did under the old law, because there are new things that have come with the new law that we will have to implement. Streamlining registration process, I think that is a question you've just asked again. By dint of law, everyone currently in the registered, even if you are just registered yesterday, as long as you are in the register and you've not been deregistered, you automatically transit into the new dispensation. However, even as you automatically transit into the new dispensation, remember that the documents that you have, they read the old dispensation. Si ni kweli? Unataka kwenda kwa bank na certificate imeandikwa NGO na wanasema wewe ni PBO. Itafanyika? Si lazima ukuje tukupatie certificate mpya nasema sasa wewe ni PBO. Si ni kweli? We have under the regulations given all the costs that will apply, and that is not one of them. So still you are free to give your voice. If you want us to attach a cost to it, why not? Don't worry. You have, as I stand here today, as sure as the sun will set in the evening, you have transited. But you need to come and update your records to reflect the new status quo. Sio inaeleweka vizuri? Kabisa. Then there was a requirement to submit personal data, not present data of members present in meetings. We have a law called data protection. We take that law very seriously. We do not play around with your data. We keep your data in confidence. We only use it for purposes of the law, nothing else. So whichever data you give us, we only use it. For example, the data that you've given us here today, when we go to Parliament, we will be asked, you said you were in public participation. Nani alikuja? Then we will present that to Parliament and say we were in Machakos. These are the people that came. Sio ni sawa, ama? So we take data protection very seriously. About outreach and capacity building, Section 42 mandates us to do capacity building trainings. We will be doing that. When we were in Meru the other day, they requested that we decentralize capacity building trainings, and we agreed with them that we will be going from county to county and giving capacity building trainings within those counties. So that is something that is already taken into consideration. About offices and Huduma Center, we are in the process, and it's a good thing the board members are here. We are in the process of decentralizing. Already we have 5 regional offices. We are still going to open more, funds allowing. Huduma Center we had tried, but it did not work out because the IT people, the way they configure those things is still not working for us well, but we are still in the process of trying so that when you go to Huduma Center, it does not become a post office where you deposit documents, unaambiwa tumetuma Nairobi. Hapana. We want it kama ni Huduma Center inakuwa effective, unafanya mambo yako hapo unaenda nyumbani. Si ni kweli? Mwasia, you asked about Regulation 18. Shall not withdraw, PBO shall not withdraw funds from the bank upon suspension. What happens to the funds? Suspension is not a death sentence. Suspension means a few things are not right. Once you put them in order, then you are reinstated. Once you are reinstated, hizo pesa ziko tu kwa account zinangoja ukirudi unazi access. However, when you are deregistered, the situation is different. Now, whatever you had in terms of assets, which includes cash, is redistributed to another PBO with similar objective. Si hapo iko sawa? Aya. Then PBO involvement in politics. PBOs, when you come for registration, the first thing we normally talk about is that you are non-political. You are non-what? Nani anajua? Non-partisan. Non-what again? Zinakuwaga non-ine. Sindio? Izo manan, we take them seriously. As PBOs, you can engage in civic education about politics, but you cannot engage in politics, because when you engage in politics, you lose the meaning of what you are supposed to do. You are a charitable organization, you are complementing government in service delivery. That is exactly what you should do. Otherwise, you don't need to have that license. You have been licensed because, remember, the only person with the mandate of delivering services to the people of Kenya is the government, because the people of Kenya pay taxes. Ama we ulipi? So unalipa tax. Your tax inafai it translate into services. But because the government recognizes the vastness of the country and the reach, the government says, wacha tupatie wengine certificate, wasaidie kufanya pale, wengine waeke maji pale, education pale, wengine wafundishe watu maneno ya civic education pale. If you went to school back in the day, there was a subject called civic education. Silikuwa? Sasa kuna PBOs wenye hiyo ndio kazi yao kufanya maneno ya civic education. Kama saizi tunafanya public participation, wangekuwa washafanya before we came, washafanya civic education. Wamesema watu wa PBO wanakuja hapa waulize hii maswali, tumesoma, tumeangalia. Hiyo ni not involvement in politics. Si ndio? Lakini ukienda kwanza kusupport local MP, si unafanya maneno mengine yenye sio haifai ufanye. Mimi nimewaacha na hapo.
Asante sana, tumpigie makofi ofisa. Huyo anaitwa Lyndon Otieno, ni ofisa wa Pibora. Sasa kwanza nataka kuwashukuru sana kwa utulivu wenu. Na mchango ambao umetupatia ni mchango mzuri. Pili, wale wanataka kuondoka, kuna chai pale na naambiwa ina mpatanisho na vipochopocho vingine, msiiwache. Tatu, nataka nisikie tena kama kuna mtu akona jambo ambalo hataki kwenda nalo nyumbani. Tumsikize, tumpatie dakika 5, tuwasikize, alafu tufunge. Tumekubaliana? Hii utulivu ambao umeonyesha mnaweza kuonyesha for the next 5 minutes or 10 minutes, 5 minutes minimum. Okay. So patia microphone ule mwenzangu pale nyuma. Tuanzie backbenchers tukisonga hivi. Ule alafu wacha nione mkono ndio tujue microphone ina move aje. Ule ikuje huko imalizie pale. Watu waine.
Okay. Kwa majina naitwa Augustus Wambua Mutike. Mimi ni member wa CSRG, Civil Society Reference Group Kenya. Na sisi tuko na input from our movement, so tuko tunataka kuhand over kwenu. I had some couple of questions but they have been answered. So mimi nashukuru sana kwa kuja Machakos. I'm from Machakos County, but in Yata. Thank you.
Wale wako na memorandums kuja usimame hapa, kuna mwingine pia anafaa kuja nayo. We get an officer to receive them. The mic moves to our lady, good lady there.
Good afternoon. My name is Angela Mutinda. I'm from...
Weka mic karibu.
Angela Mutinda from Machakos County. Organization My Forest Kenya. Mine is to thank you, directors, for coming to Machakos. I had some issues with my organization, but now I can go back and solve the issues amicably. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. My name is Elijah, and I'm working with the Machakos Society.
Yes.
So my name is Elijah Munovi, and working with the Machakos Civil Society Network. And I really appreciate that we have been here. My colleagues are printing so that we may hand over, but among the 6 things I had, allow me just to talk about the 3. And one is about on the establishment, the powers and the functions of the authority. One of the key words which is put there is about opinion. And when we are talking about the opinion of the authority, I would suggest that we put the opinion of the authority in consultation with the FBOs. Simply because when we leave it at the opinion for the actually authority, it might compromise in one way or the other. But the other thing is about the application and the name search. The provision which is given is about name search to be 2,000. But when you look at the business registration and application and the name search, it is at 250 shillings. I would request if we can consider to make it at 1,200, and at least it will be fair. Because one thing, the FBO's public benefit organizations, they came over to do what the government has not been able to do probably due to some other issues. So I suggest, because businesses, they're at 250, why can't we lower it to be at 1,200? And then when it comes to the name change, again, it is at 2,000. But when you go to the business entity, and when it comes to businesses, it is 800. So why can't we just put it a bit lower to 1,000 so that at least many organizations can be comfortable to do what we need to do? And probably the other thing is on Regulation 8. Allow me to finish with that. But I can summarize it. It's about on the application. And if you go to part 4, it says the particulars of the office bearers. Then it talks a third of whom must be Kenyan nationalists. I want to say that at times we have some people who have migrated and they're in Kenya. We have refugees, we have guys who have settled in Kenya, and they're Kenyan citizens currently. Eventually we can refer to what is laid on the Immigration Act, so that at least we can consider that we see these people, they become part of us, they are not just set aside. And as I finish, I want to say, is the public benefit organizations, we are working within a government, but I want to say that let's not allow some compromise from the politicians. We'll be safe to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your contribution.
Thank you. I believe those are suggestions.
Oh, the last one?
We are going to take into account those suggestions. Those are not questions, but suggestions which we take into account.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, my name is Judah Mutuku. I'm coming from the Makueni Community of Practice. I represent an organization called Chain International Organization. My question was a point of information which we had as a community of practice about where the public benefits organization is domiciled, because that was information which was not clear. That's it.
The authority?
Yes.
Okay.
To simply answer that question, the authority is domiciled in Ministry of Interior and National Administration. That is where the authority is domiciled. The physical address for the authority is Cooperative Bank House, also known as Bomb Blast, also known as Bell Bottom, depending on your age. I think there's an age where it was called Bell Bottom. Then I think in 98, after the Bomb Blast, it became Bomb Blast. But the official name is Cooperative Bank House, Haile Selassie Avenue, Gorofa 15. Sawa sawa. HQ. We have other regional offices in Mombasa, Garissa, Naivasha, not Naivasha, but Nakuru, Eldoret, and Kisumu. And next, moving forward, we shall be opening other regional offices as we progress. Hiyo ni maneno ya directors, ingilia sana. What I know is that the plan is in place. Sawa sawa. Now, can we receive this memorandum?
Sure. Proceed. Proceed. The photo, the gentleman that was taking the photos, there was a lady also. Oh, they're on toes. Thank you very much. Thank you for that memorandum. I think that marks the, is there anybody who have closed out? Come and say something.
Yeah, thank you. I think I don't have much to say, but there was a question that had been asked by my colleague. We have had some issues with the board, the national, the NGO board, previous years. Now that we are transiting to a new space, I mean, what are the new measures that we also don't see such also happen to the new leadership? Thank you.
Thank you. That's an important question. Please, Lyndon, maybe you can address that quickly, and then we have somebody to pray for us, and then we wind up.
Thank you very much. If you have an issue that is current under the defunct act, you will still transit, but that issue still has to be sorted out. If you are deregistered under the defunct